conference event. We invite all the distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, respectful faculty members, industry leaders, researchers, students, and all our valued participants. It's a great pleasure to again welcome you all for the 4th International Conference on Sustainable Environment Towards a Resilient Future, which we term ICSBE 2026, hosted by RICS School of Built Environment, Amity University.
This conference brings together leading voices from academia, industry, policy makers, governance, and technology perspective from the industry people. Let us discuss about the future of sustainable built environment towards resilient future. Over the course of the day, we will be exploring the critical issues such as net zero in the built environment, technology adoption in construction, climate-ready infrastructure and urban development, industry-academia partnership for a resilient future. We are truly honored to have such an exceptional gathering of global experts and thought leaders with us today. Let us begin our inaugural session. For that, we will start our conference with the lighting of the lamp, which marks the auspicious beginning of any event. So for the ceremonial opening, I welcome our distinguished guests and dignitaries, Professor Shiv Prasad Singh, along with Mr. Ashwini Awasthi, sir, along with Dr. Ashish Gupta, to please come on the dais to begin with the lighting of the lamp and begin our auspicious ceremony. All the dignitaries.
Anupam sir, please. Anupam sir, please. It's a great honor to have all the dignitaries for the lightning off session. Requesting all the participants to put their phone on silent mode so the knowledge of plane can take off well. So put your phones on silent and we'll start this journey.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा
Thank you, everyone.
Yash.
May this light of knowledge guide us throughout the course of this conference.
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for lighting this lamp and providing the auspicious lighting for this knowledge sessions. It's very correctly said by Buckminster. So allow me to conclude my thoughts on this. The best way to predict future is by making it. So with this, we would like to start our inaugural session formally by inviting our Associate Director and Head RICS School of Built Environment, Dr. Shiv Prasad Sir, on stage, please. Guys, a huge round of applause for this. Sir is Associate Director and Associate Professor at RICS School of Built Environment, Amity University. All of us know him very well, where he leads academic programs in real estate and urban infrastructure. With over 2 decades of experience spanning real estate investment, valuation, consulting in academia, he brings strong industry insight into built environment education. Prior to joining academia, he had been leading various roles in industry, in organizations such as ICIC Venture, JLL, working as a real estate investment, market research, and large-scale development projects. So may I request Sri Prasad sir to deliver a welcome address for the audience, please. Guys, now we want a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. We would also like to invite Mr. Ashwini Avasthi sir, Managing Director, South Asia for Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, on dais, please.
Mr. Ashwini Avasthi sir is a distinguished industry leader with nearly 3 decades of experience in business strategy, real estate, advisory, and institutional leadership across the built environment sector. As Managing Director of South Asia at the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyor, he has been instrumental in strengthening the professional standards, advancing industry-focused education, and building a strong ecosystem that connects academia, industry, and professional practice. In his leadership role, he has contributed significantly to positioning RICS School of Built Environment as a leading institution offering internationally accredited programs and producing skilled professionals for the real estate, construction, and infrastructure sectors. Prior to joining RICS, Mr. Ashwini held senior leadership positions with prominent global organizations such as BlackRock Solutions, Pramerica BHI Real Estate Advisors, and JLL, where he gained extensive experience in operation management, strategic planning, asset management, and business development. With a strong entrepreneurial mindset and strategic vision, he has consistently worked towards driving innovation, growth, and professional excellence within the built environment industry. Welcome, Mr. Ashwini Avasthi, sir.
This dais will be incomplete with the most smiling face. So we'd now like to invite Dr. Ashish Gupta, sir, on stage, please. Dr. Ashish Gupta, sir, is an associate professor, academic leader at ICSBE. He's a FRICS with over 25 years of experience across real estate, consulting, valuation, investment advisory, and academia. He worked with leading global organizations and has advised financial institutions, corporate investors on real estate strategies and market analysis. His academic and research work, which we all appreciate, on real estate investment, sustainability, land management, and risk assessment in property market has been published extensively in reputed international journals. Though his work at RICS continues to contribute significantly to research, industry engagement, and the development of future professionals in the built environment sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, we like to have these three dignitaries on stage for our inaugural sessions.
Now I call Dr. Shiv Prasad Singh to deliver the welcome speech.
Thank you, Professor Tagdees and Dr. Ricky, for inviting me. Good morning. Namaskar. This is the first hour in the day, and students on whom we are relying so much, we are not feeling the energy in the room. So once again, good morning. I think people are waking up. So it is not my class as you people are used to in the morning. So I'm not going to be taking a lecture, but I do want to say a few things which is relevant to today, which is relevant for time to come. So we are at the great juncture in our careers as well as the built environment industry. A McKinsey report has concluded some time back that India needs to grow at such a fast pace that we should be building 700 to 900 million square foot every year. That's the kind of urbanization pressure we have that recounts to the building a Chicago every year. I believe all of you understand that it is not a small task, right? So this is a great opportunity, and this is the reason that we are here. This school is here, and we all are training you because there is a gigantic opportunity waiting for all of us, and especially waiting for you to explore, and you are all going to be making a great career out of it. So welcome all dignitaries, industry colleagues, friends, students, and my faculty colleagues. We are living in an age of a great contradiction. The United Nations had concluded in 2023 that our warming reduction goal should be 2.9 degrees, not 1.5, not 2, 2.9 degrees. But as you will look around, perhaps we are not doing enough to achieve that. There are many statistics, or many times you have heard that we are probably the most polluting sector, and we don't see to be doing much that we need to really do, and the scale and speed that we need to do. So we have the tech, but we are perhaps not doing enough to achieve our targets. We have the technology, we have the framework. What we really lack is the urgency that is required to achieve our targets. So our problems are not getting solved because we are not making the right effort that we need to do. Let me tell you the importance of this conference. India is the world's most populous nation. Not a news to to us. We all know it. We are the 4th largest economy. We are soon going to be the 3rd largest. Our infrastructure pipeline framework has allocated 100 lakh crore rupees, and it is not that it is just a number. It is really in the motion. PM Gati Shakti project is delivering that, is showing that how large scale projects are now going to be delivered in our country. Smart cities, everybody has embraced, although our results have been mixed, but nobody questions the intent behind it. So it is something which is going to roll. Besides that, we are running the largest social housing program through PMAY in the world. Half the target has been achieved, but still 5 million houses needs to be built. And the recent statistics says that probably 3 million need to be added into the target. India has committed to be net zero by 2070. And in the morning, the speaker was saying that it is a pragmatic target, but at the same time, there are contrary voices that probably it is too late, and again, we are not showing urgency. We have done some good work in the renewable energy side, and we have again a big target there for our 500 gigawatts. to be achieved. Green hydrogen corridors are now on the play. High-speed rail corridor is expected to ply by 2027. So we are ticking the boxes, but probably not the fast enough that we need to do. And that is why there is a great and extraordinary opportunity available to all of you. And not only those students, even the early stage professionals that we need to contribute significantly. All of you are also going to be making your career at a great time where probably you have a competitor which is not human, right? So right now it is appearing to most of the student as their friend, and they are saving a great deal of our time and effort while using the technology and say the artificial intelligence. But at the same time, you also need to outgrow it in some or the other manner so that it becomes your aid, not your replacement. So you have to be really, really be careful on that particular side. Right now, we are also seeing a significant amount of a conflict everywhere. So whenever these kind of situations comes into the play, our sustainability agenda gets pushed back. So perhaps you are already reading in the newspapers that the current conflict is again pushing back toward the traditional sources of energy. Perhaps it's just a panic reaction, but it is happening. But the wars are not something that we should all be very happy about, because that pushes our agenda back. To also student, I also want to tell you that AI is already in the sector. It is pricing assets, monitoring sites, doing analysis, doing the load controls, structural simulation that would otherwise take weeks, but now it is happening in the minutes. So you also have to polish your skills so that you remain on top of it and you are able to deal with it. I would want to conclude with by saying that the green building markets, which is expected to cross $1 trillion by 2030. India is already home to the largest green buildings in the world. And we have embraced it with the open heart because we realize that it is something that is only going to help us in the long run. Our infrastructure ambition is known to everybody. We are building right from the data centers or commercial buildings, but not only that, our manufacturing push is something which is going to open new areas for our students. So question is not that you are required or we will be pushing the sustainability agenda or not. We will definitely be pushing that. You are in a high demand, and our placement records also shows that because we are almost nearing to 100% the placement. So with this, I want to again welcome all of you at conference. I'm sure by the end we will be deliberating on some very, very good and burning issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful speech. I would like to call Mr. Ashwini Awasthi, sir, for addressing the gathering.
Good morning. I think so. The wake-up call has already been given by Shiv, so I'll not again wake you up. So, good morning, guests, Dr. Shiv and Ashish, the faculty members, students, and my colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be here today at this prestigious conference on the sustainable built environment hosted by RICS School of Built Environment at Amity University. Let me begin by thanking the leadership of Amity, especially the founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for the dynamic leadership and the collaboration and commitment to advance the practice-based education and professional excellence in the built environment sector. And we really, as RICS, really cherish this collaboration. Partnerships between academia and professional institutions are essential if we are to prepare the next generation of professionals who will shape our cities, infrastructure, and communities. Today's conference, while it's a annual edition of the Conference on a Sustainable Built Environment, but today's conference on the topic on sustainability and resilience could not be more timely, especially in the context of India, as Shiv highlighted on what is happening. So, and you all must be aware that India is urbanizing, or rather urbanizing at the breakneck speed. It's one of the fastest urbanizing countries in the world. And over the next 2 decades, hundreds of millions of people will move into cities and urban areas, and the country will add billions of square feet of new buildings and infrastructure to support this economic growth and urban living. In fact, studies suggest that a very large proportion of buildings that will exist in 2050 are yet to be made. So this presents both a very extraordinary opportunity as well as a profound responsibility. So the built environment has a significant climate footprint. We all know that. And estimates suggest that buildings and construction contribute roughly 1/4 of India's greenhouse gas emission. And major contributor to these are the raw materials such as cement and steel. Other analyses indicate that the sector accounts for about 17 to 25% of national emissions, depending upon how we are measuring the embodied carbon. So what this means is very simple, that the future of India's climate trajectory will be strongly influenced by the decisions that we make in the built environment sector today. So at the same time, as was mentioned by Dr. Shiv, that India has the net zero emission goal to be achieved by 2070, while 2070 seems quite far off, but the pace at which we are taking any of the actions towards it seems very slow. And the construction and real estate sectors are going to play the central role in achieving this transition. So this is precisely where professional standards, education, and collaboration become very critical. At RICS, our purpose is to promote and enforce highest professional standards and ethics across land, real estate, construction, and infrastructure through our internationally recognized frameworks such as International Construction Measurement Standard, International Valuation Standard, or a Red Book, or the Whole Life Carbon Assessment Standard, or WLCA. So RICS works to ensure that the built environment is transparent, accountable, and aligned with sustainable development. These standards are not simply technical tools. They are part of building trust in how the world measures land and infrastructure, and also how land and infrastructure is developed, managed, and valued. But again, standards alone are not enough. Education institutions like RICS School of Built Environment or Amity University play a crucial role in shaping professionals who not only understand only engineering and construction, but also climate resilience, ESG integration, life cycle thinking, and responsible urban development. Equally important is the partnership between academia, industry, and professional bodies. When these ecosystems work together, we can ensure that the skills being developed in classroom today are aligned with the challenges the world will face tomorrow. From net zero buildings and sustainable materials to digital technologies and climate resilient infrastructure. So this conference during the day will provide a great platform. It will bring together various researchers, policymakers, industry practitioners, and students to explore how India can accelerate the transition toward a more sustainable built environment, one that balances the economic growth with environmental responsibility. I am encouraged to see a number of you young students who are present here participating in these discussions, because tomorrow the cities you design, the infrastructure you build, and the decisions you make are going to be impacting the quality of life the future generations will have. So let me close with a thought that India is about to undertake one of the largest urban transformations in human history. And if we get it wrong, we lock ourselves in a carbon-intensive infrastructure for decades. But if we get it right, India has the opportunity to build the most sustainable generation of cities that the world has ever seen. The built environment is not about structures of concrete and steel. It is about creating places where people, communities, and nature can thrive together. And the responsibility to shape that future sits with all of us who are present in this room. So let this conference inspire new ideas, stronger partnerships, and bold actions that will help a more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive built environment. Thank you, and wish you all a very productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your kind words were very inspiring for the young professionals like us, where we will be designing and doing for the resilient cities and sustainable cities for future. There was a very good quote which I recently read about that in difficult times, you don't fail, you try to survive. And that survival in cities and the plans we have with the new sustainable elements is resilience. So how we come back from any difficulties, damages, disasters is what our conference focus upon. Also, a lot of terms like zero carbon, decarbonization has been talked about. So to now set the stage and the context for the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Gupta, sir, for making a presentation for the same. Guys, now the class has to be used. Huh? Thank you. This doesn't seem huge. Allowed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ricky. Dr. Kundu, we welcome you. We have Professor Dr. Kundu also who... Hi. Welcome.
Okay, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Debulina Kundu, Director of National Institute of Urban Affairs. Dr. Debulina Kundu is the Director of NIUA and highly respected scholar and policy expert with over 3 decades of experience in urban development, governance, and policy. Her work has significantly contributed to shaping discourse on urbanization, migration, municipal finance, and inclusive urban growth in India and across Global South. Over the course of her distinguished career, Dr. Kundu has collaborated with several leading international organizations, including the World Bank, UNDP, Asian Development Bank, UNESCAP, and London School of Economics, contributing to research and policy initiatives on urban transformation, social protection, and governance. At NIUA, she currently leads a number of major national and international research initiatives supported by institutions such as Government of India, UNICEF, UKRI, and KFW, focusing on sustainable urban development, resilience, and equitable city planning. Through her academic work, policy engagement, and thought leadership, Dr. Kundu continues to play a pivotal role in shaping strategies for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient urban future. I welcome Dr. Debulina Kundu. And now we can continue with the presentation of Dr. Ashish Gupta on zero carbon strategies for real estate markets in India.
Thank you so much. I think I missed giving my thanks to Professor Tagdees. So my thanks to you also for inviting me. And like all good things, you have to wait for me. Okay, thank you so much. So now that we already have heard about net zero sustainability from experts, Professor Dr. Shiprashad Singh have already spoken, though that was not a lecture, but yes, a lot of data he shared with us. I have a presentation, but I don't have any data to share. So this is about a research grant project which we worked. That is about not net zero carbon strategies for real estate markets in emerging Asia, India case study. This is I did jointly with Professor Graham Newell from University of Western Sydney. This was by Property Research Trust UK, which was previously RICS Research Trust. So motivation for the study, I think I'll spend not too much of time on this. So as previous speakers had talked about relevance of carbon and building sector being one of the maximum carbon emitter. So if we are talking about net zero achievement, India 2070 and world 2050. So there could be no net zero journey transition without built environment buildings. And the share of CO2 emission in emerging economies is growing very fast. India has become third largest CO2 emitter. That is a very high level number, but if you see per capita, India has a very comparably a small number. The solution of transition to net zero carbon for developed world and emerging economies would be different. So that is what we try to look into this study. How we approached the study, we did a survey of 22 experts, all CEO, country heads of major decision makers, including we surveyed 3 existing REITs, sustainability heads. Out of 5, 2 of the top listed 5 real estate developers, institutional investors, pension funds, international property consultancy firm, GCCs, and that is how we moved. And we did added a couple of case studies. These were about listed developers, REITs, some marquee buildings, and 1 or 2 corporates. So this study is all about not data, but perception of experts. What experts look into this? So how much India is prepared for net zero carbon transition? So what most of the people felt, beyond top players, there is more of discussion than real work which has happened. Green buildings have become now the norm. And there has been some kind of transition towards net zero, and net zero carbon is to follow. SEBI, though, have mandated business responsibility and sustainability reporting, which is BRSR. The need for regulation is, one of the experts mentioned, the need for regulation is coming. However, preparedness is low. For the next 2 to 3 years, you can still not do net zero carbon and get away with it, but not in long run. So in long run, all industry players have to follow. India's specific challenges. Each state has different laws, different green power policies. India is a very price sensitive market. Green power needs to be cheaper than grid power for people to accept. Transition to net zero carbon will require change in mindset and not just the cheapest solution. The holy grail, these are quotes with most of the experts which I'm sharing, not just data. The holy grail in India is to find an alternate to diesel generators. Though we are getting reliable power from the grid, but still it is not reliable. So all sites today have DG sets. India's specific strength and opportunity, large scale. India provides green open access. India has large abundance of sun and wind to harness renewable energy. In fact, one of the experts mentioned that India has higher probability of net zero carbon transition than many developed markets like Japan and South Korea. India today has a large green building footprint, as Professor Shiv was talking about, and it is about 15.74 million square foot. On the net zero carbon side, according to LEED, India today has about 45% of stock, led by DLF, which have about 73, and means out of total 150 in the world, 73 were in India. DLF has 45 assets and ITC 15. So a lot of good work is happening. Green buildings have become norm. However, transition has to happen beyond green building towards net zero now. Tenants have now started about asking about net zero transition when they are going and looking for properties. Brownfield, how does investors look when they do acquisition? So when they are doing brownfield asset acquisition, they look into obsolescence and capital expenditure which needs to happen in the property in their valuations while they are valuing making a acquisition. However, in greenfield, that is land acquisition, still they go by location, valuation, and sustainability become an issue while going for certifications, design. Investors globally and India have similar net zero carbon expectations because tenants are global, so their expectations are global because it impacts their portfolio. There is no clear consensus on is there a green premium, but definitely there is consensus. If you are not green there, you are missing something. That is, there is a brown discount which is there. This slide shows challenges and barriers to net zero carbon adoption in India. These are the major challenges which are there: skill, knowledge gap, short-term approach, then whole life approach adopted, lack of data for carbon footprint assessment, limited business case for adoption of net zero carbon, limited capability to implement circular concepts, limited understanding of cost-benefit analysis of retrofits. So retrofit has to become a very important thing which we have to look into. Misalignment amongst the stakeholders. So there are various stakeholders. There are people who are leasing, there are developers, there are tenants. Many a time there is misalignment. And that is also because today maintenance is paid on the basis of actual plus markup. So anybody who is putting capex as the owner, property owner, is not rewarded for making those capex. So that is a big challenge which is there. So how do we move towards net zero carbon decarbonization hierarchy? First step has to be design buildings which are efficient. Second, within existing buildings, you have to bring operational efficiency. Once you have done that, then you have to move towards retrofitting, reducing on-site fuel, that is fossil fuel, etc. Then you have to go towards production and purchase of renewable energy. But renewable energy has to follow once you have done all these steps. There might be somebody who's rich and who can afford. One should not go straight to that. And Umit is sitting there and she has been speaking about these issues many a times. And then you go to REC and carbon offsets. That should be the last resort. Process flow for net zero carbon transition, major baseline, formulate decarbonization strategy for each property, for each portfolio. Anything which is not measured and which is not displayed does not happen. So you have to display your targets, provide pilot solution, create awareness of solution, then keep on reviewing and resetting your targets. Recommendation and roadmap from our study: awareness, education, and skill development. Biggest important thing, create awareness amongst decision maker regarding net zero carbon advantage. The thing has to follow from top to bottom, whether it is government regulations or whether it is CEO in a company who has to be the person who's deriving net zero carbon within an organization. Sustainability concept should be part of academic curriculum for property professionals, architects, civil engineers, everybody. Promote industry academia collaboration, promote certification of professionals, training and capacity building amongst manufacturers and contractors, that is MSMEs. So today, even if you want to implement, there is no capacity, there is no MSME capacity is not there. So you have to work towards it. Intervention by the government, which are required net zero definition for real estate sector. Net zero carbon 2070 target to be broken for sectors and subsectors. So it is a large level national target, but it has to come to sectors and subsectors. Develop model net zero carbon implementation framework across project lifecycle, single window approvals within master plan, building regulation, and bylaws to incentivize net zero carbon transition. Today, we have incentives for green buildings. So if you have green building, you get some extra FSI, but there is no incentive from net zero carbon. So it has to move from green, vocabulary has to move from green towards net zero carbon. Real estate players should be mandated to declare their net zero carbon target date, strategies, carbon emission on their websites, subsidy, incentive, and rebates for R&D. Next. So what industry needs to do? Reimagining the building design by adopting interactive and circular design practices, innovative engagement models to incentivize stakeholders to achieve target design efficiencies, top-down mandate from CEO, top management, downwards. Change the industry practices like maintenance fee model, which we were talking about, adoption of green leases, avoid over-designing. So one challenge which a lot of people talked about is over-designing. So your broker or the leasing guy will come and he'll say, this is what we need. But technology might have moved ahead. So that is also a big challenge, which is there, over-designing happening because you have to lease to a multinational firm. Wider adoption of technologies in operating O&M, automation. Now, last opportunity for India. India, because of economics of scale, which we have, could be a global leader in green construction material and solutions. Today, we are giving UPI to the world. So many things. We have the scale. So if India implements on R&D and develop this, we can be the global leader. We can be a net supplier of green energy to neighboring countries because we have such a big ocean line. We have such a good sunlight, wind, we have everything. So if we work towards it, we could be leader and we could be hub of climate tech, startup and green technology and knowledge-based solutions. Last, climate change is for real and the working towards a net zero carbon scenario should be mandated for all. Net zero carbon transformation is critical to our investments to future-proof our business and avoid having stranded assets in portfolio. At COP29, UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres mentioned, now is the time to fast track, not backtrack on path to net zero. The time for ambition and transparency, not greenwashing. Thank you. This is the report we have. One more. If anybody wants a report, they can straight away download it from Property Research Trust website. I have given a QR code. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such an insightful perspective on zero carbon strategies and the future directions for sustainable real estate market in India. Now, I would like to request Dr. Devolina Kundu, ma'am, to please come on stage and address the gathering, please, ma'am. A huge round of applause, guys.
Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, dignitaries on and off the dais, faculty members, industry leaders, fellow researchers, and dear students. It really gives me a lot of happiness to be here with you at the 4th International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment, which is organized by the RICS School of Built Environment at the MIT University. I think it's a very opportune moment when this very important topic has been discussed. Before I delve into the topic, let me also introduce my institution. I represent the National Institute of Urban Affairs, which is the premier institution with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. We are 50 years now working in this space. And we basically work on research, policy, and also we try to capacitate ULB officials across the country and also policymakers. I would like to also congratulate the organizers for convening such an important platform that brings together academia, industry, policymakers, and young professionals to deliberate on one of the most defining challenges of our times. How do we build resilient and sustainable future of the country? And the way we are urbanizing, I think we all use as in the audience, you must be aware that we are around 36 to 37% urban, with around more than 10,000 urban centers in the country, 5,000 plus statutory towns, because urban development is a state subject. We have towns which are notified by state governments, and also parallelly the Registrar General of India does notify settlements as urban if they are able to satisfy the three criteria of population size, density, and economic workforce. So taking both the definitions, we have over 10,000, at least over 10,000 settlements. And again, if you look at the pattern in which we are urbanizing, I think it's very important for students who are specializing in the space of built environment, because most of the city, if you look at the population as a whole, I think we are 1/3 totally urban, 1/3 rural, which may continue to be rural for the next few decades. And there's a huge belt of transitional areas, the census towns, and also the adjoining spaces in the periphery of towns, which we call peri-urban, pre-urban, or transitional areas, where the maximum real estate development is happening. And most of it is, again, happening without adequate adherence to regulations and building bylaws. I think this is the space where you young minds need to really put your attention to. If you look at the UN report, which was recently released, that also shows across the globe the pace at which the built-up area is growing. That is much higher than the pace of population growth, which really means across the globe, we find there is a lot of sprawls, urban sprawls coming up, and the pace is much higher in the global south. And again, the built environment does sit at the center of global climate challenge. Cities account for nearly 70% of the global greenhouse gas emissions and more than 60% of the global energy consumption. At the same time, they are increasingly, again, becoming front lines of climate impacts. India is particularly vulnerable to climate change. Recent assessments do suggest that more than 75% of the Indian districts are exposed to extreme climate events such as floods, heat waves, droughts, and also cyclones. And the country has witnessed a sharp increase in the extreme climate events. I think we all are just now, it's just the beginning of the month of March. However, it seems that the summer has already set in. So this increase in temperatures flash floods, they are all impacting all of us and more so the vulnerable population. Again, the economic implications are also significant. Research studies do indicate that climate change could reduce India's GDP by 2.5 to 3% annually by 2050 if resilience measures are not integrated into development planning. At the same time, India is also experiencing urban growth, as I mentioned, mostly in the transitional areas. And this will require massive investment in infrastructure, housing, mobility, and also urban services. And the choices which we make today in planning and designing the built environment will also determine the resilience, sustainability, and livability of our cities in the decades to come. Whatever is built also locks in energy for the next 40 to 50 years. So I think this notion of changing from brown buildings to green buildings and currently to net zero carbon buildings, I think it's very important. And it would be really great if all state governments which do have parastatals as housing boards and development authorities make it a norm to transition towards net zero carbon buildings. Again, one of the key priorities, I think, of our government is to strengthen climate-informed urban planning. We are preparing climate action plans, but that is not all across the country, only a few cities. I think that activity needs to really happen pan-India, and we should not stop just at preparation. I think implementation is also very important. Again, if you look at the current budget documents and also the 16th Finance Commission recommendations, we have talked about cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and also city as economic regions. So I think it's high time that we really synergize our efforts towards more integrated planning, not look at in binary spaces of rural and urban, but there should be more of integration and comprehensive plans being prepared. Again, master plans need to be more of evidence-based, and these also need to embed climate concerns. A climate action plan and a master plan cannot be two things. I think both needs to synergize. Several of our cities even now do not have master plans. Under the Amrut program, we have started preparing those. And these are also now GIS-based master plans. And I suppose integration of the Gati Shakti, PM Gati Shakti data on a real-time basis with the master plans would be very important. And master plans should not be just land use plans. I think and be static. They need to be dynamic and also link with the economic plans and climate budgets. Again, the Urban Challenge Fund, which was recently announced in the last to last budget, I think the government is working on that. And again, whatever investment happens today needs to have a climate focus. Climate cannot be looked in silos. We at the ministry, we are also revising the URDP FI guidelines. And I think it is high time that we bring in the climate consciousness and also a separate chapter on how do we transition from green buildings to net zero carbon buildings. I think that needs to come, and I would seek your experience and expertise. If you could contribute to that, that will be really great for us. Also, once that is done, or maybe concurrently, we are also looking at revising the model municipal bylaws as well as the model municipal laws so that there is coherence in how we plan our rural and urban spaces, and we bring in more of integration. Cities are, if you look at the pattern of development, we are having a few urban agglomerations, and there is a lot of corridorization of development. So in whatever way cities expand, I think the mantra should be more of integration and talking to each other, not growth happening in silos. Because if the rural Panchayati Raj does not talk to us or we do not talk to them, then things won't happen in a desired fashion. So I think a lot of interministerial and whole of government approach is needed. And not only we need to stop at the government space, but also the different stakeholders who are there as partners in the in development. I think there needs to be a lot of convergence. And it's also important, I think the focus of this conference is buildings, the real estate. However, while we do so, it's also important to look at the entire urban space. Cities cannot build resilience without understanding their risk. At NIUA, we have been working with cities to develop climate assessment frameworks, urban risk diagnostics, and also data-driven decision tools that help local governments identify vulnerabilities related to flooding, heat stress, water scarcity, and also infrastructure exposure to climate events. We have established the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework, through which cities are able to systematically evaluate their progress across sectors such as energy efficiency, mobility, water management, waste systems, and also urban planning. This framework enables cities to integrate climate considerations into everyday governance and planning processes. Another important dimension of our work is to strengthen disaster preparedness in the urban systems. We have developed the disaster management plan for our ministry, and we are also going to work for the other organizations under our ministry to really integrate disaster risk reduction strategies in whatever policies and programs we formulate. We are preparing climate plans, but only for a handful of cities. As I mentioned, I think this activity needs to be pan-India. Again, building institutional capacity within cities is very important. We have the National Urban Learning Platform, through which we try to reach out to all the 5,000 statutory towns in the country. And through this digital learning ecosystem, we try to enable city officials across the country to access training modules on urban planning, climate resilience, disaster management, and urban sustainable urban infrastructure. And I think the component of buildings is also important, and it would be really good if we could also include this in the platform. Advancing urban climate resilience through research and innovation is another important pillar of our work. We have undertaken extensive research on urban heat islands, flood resilience, and also climate adaptation planning in several cities. Flooding is another major challenge which our cities face. We are currently developing the urban flood risk mitigation plan for the city of Delhi. And in addition, we have prepared flood resilience strategies for a number of cities in the country. We are also preparing urban river management plans for 65 cities and helping the cities to really prepare shallow aquifer management plans in 85 cities. Alongside these initiatives, the National Institute of Urban Affairs is also supporting the implementation of the Cities 2.0 program, where circularity is the focus. And through this, we are also trying to help cities develop climate cells, and at the state level, climate observatories, so that the concerted efforts can help in building an enabling ecosystem for climate governance in cities. Another important dimension of resilience you all must be knowing is the nature-based solutions. Cities cannot solely rely on gray infrastructure to address climate risk. Increasingly, global experience shows that nature-based solutions such as restoring wetlands, protecting urban forests, rejuvenating water bodies, and expanding green infrastructure can significantly reduce flood risk, mitigate urban heat, and also enhance urban mobility and livability. Such approaches not only strengthen climate resilience, but also contribute to healthier, more sustainable urban ecosystems. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the future of resilience will be shaped by collaborative approach. If we continue to work in silos, I think things will not mature to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, who is aspiring the country to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. And 2047 is just 22 or 21 years down the line. So again, the vision of the government in our ministry is not for incremental changes, but for transformative changes, because the mess which we are in just now cannot be resolved if we do things in baby steps. I think the entire government machinery needs to re-engineer to really meet the targets. At NIUA, we have set up a Center for Public Policy, through which we are trying to integrate academia, the industry, and government, and also the student space, and see, even if need be, we can change the curriculum of the planning schools, the UGC, so that whatever is being taught in different types of schools, colleges, are tuned towards understanding the urban sector, and also creating the team urban. In the National Urban Conclave, which happened last year, our minister and secretary did launch the team urban, and the thought process behind that was to create a pool of researchers, students who could understand the urban landscape, and also whatever they study or whatever they do once they pass out can really help in creating Viksit Bharat. Again, we are setting up a behavioral nudge unit at NIUA, trying to again nudge behavioral change among students, among citizens, among city officials who really run the city, but without knowing the nuances of urban development or the climate space or the built environment. How do we educate them? So what I understand, and before I conclude, I would like to just reiterate a few points. I think climate governance is one of the most important pillars, aided by finance, climate budgets, data, sensitization of citizens, at not only citizens, I think government officials also at all levels, imbibing more of green technology and knowledge-based solutions. So I think there a whole of government approach can only really see the light of the day if all stakeholders come together in a concerted manner to again synergize their energies towards building a Viksit Bharat. And I thank you once again for this honor, and I wish you all the best for the event ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful and thought-provoking address, especially on the importance of collaborative approach and on urban development, governance, sustainable cities. Thank you so much, ma'am, for it. Now we would like to request Dr. Shiv Prasad sir, Ashwani Avasthi sir, and Dr. Ashish Gupta sir to kindly felicitate ma'am for a token of appreciation and gratitude.
Thank you, everyone. Now we move to a special moment for the conference, the release of ICSB Book of Abstracts, along with the ICSB 2024 publication. I welcome Dr. Debulina Kundu ma'am and all the dignitaries to kindly come in the front of the stage to release our Book of Abstracts. There is. Everyone can scan this QR code if you want to access the Book of Abstract.
And it's a contribution of all the research scholars. So their ideas, their abstracts, all are a part for the conference. Thank you.
Now we move to the release of Book of Publications for ICSB 2024, which although got published last year around the end of 2025, but a formal release is happening in this conference.
It's a single publication, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Now we move towards the felicitation of our knowledge partners and our sponsors. As we conclude the inaugural session, we would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude and to our distinguished dignitaries on the dais and our knowledge partners, that is the University of Melbourne, Project Management Institute,
GSES, JLL, RICS, and our very valued sponsors, Signature Global, RDC Consultants, and Collab Tools. Without their collaborative efforts, this conference would not have been possible. So just as a token of appreciation and gratitude, we would like Dr. Shiv Prasad sir to kindly felicitate our knowledge partners first. We would like to request a PMI representative for taking the token of gratitude. Most welcome, sir. Thank you. Guys, with a huge round of applause for our knowledge partners.
Next, we have GACS.
We'll request the representative of GACS to please come on stage.
Okay.
JLL. You're most welcome, ma'am. A huge round of applause, guys, for this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Due
ma'am.
to some unforeseen circumstances, our gold sponsor could not join with us right now.
Not missing on RICS School of Built Environment, RICS as a knowledge partner. It's Dr. Ashwini Avasthi, sir, please. Yes, we can never miss on this collaboration.
I would like to call the Anupam sir
Anupam,
also
sir.
on the stage.
Please, sir. Ashwini, sir, you also, please. Thank you so much, sir, for always encouraging us, motivating us for this. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome my friend from back in college days, Samira Sima, to receive our token of appreciation for being the silver sponsor on RDC Consultants.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is our alumni sponsor, Collab Tools. Any representative from there? It's an honor for us to acknowledge our alumni sponsor and felicitate them here, Collab Tools. Anyhow, we move forward.
So thank you so much, everyone, for your continuous support in collaborations and making this event today present, and we'll always like to take its successful rates. So now we would like to move for our high teas. The high teas are placed at two sides. We'll request our dignitaries to kindly proceed for a high tea session.
We will join back in 15 minutes, around 11:40, for a very insightful panel discussion on net zero, opportunities and We have with us Mr. U. Ramachandran, sir, Vice President of Amity Education Group.
A very good morning, sir. It's an extreme honor to now welcome Mr. U. Ramachandran, sir, Senior Vice President, Amity Educational Group. Would like to request, sir, to please come on dais, please. We'll also request Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir, to come on dais. Sir brings over 3 decades of extensive experience in strategic management, academic administration, institutional development, and marketing within higher education sectors. Sir, all the applauses are for your contribution, sir. Sir, please.
What happened to the Amity class?
Sir is a senior vice president at Amity Educational Group. He has been closely associated with leadership team, contributing significantly to the planning, expansion, operational excellence of the Amity educational institutions. Over the years, Sir has played a pivotal role in expansions of the Amity network across India, including establishments at several Amity University campuses as Kolkata, Ranchi, Patna, Mohali, and Hyderabad. He has also been instrumental in setting up the Amity Global Business School network across multiple cities and developing more than 65 Amity informational centers across the country to strengthen the academic outreach. This is a humongous contribution of Sir with the Amity network. A huge round of applause for this massive contribution, sir. Now we would like to request Sir to kindly address the gathering. Sir, please. Good morning.
Very good afternoon to Amity RICS family. This might be the first occasion and the conference and event happening under the leadership of Dr. Shiv. Dr. Shiv, can I ask you to say a few words? Let me hear from you, if you could come.
Thank you, sir. We have been part of the this school for 10 years, but the kind of energy that we see in our colleagues, our students under the leadership of Mr. U. Ramachandran, it is unparalleled. Whatever request we take to him, it is always granted. And his motto is that as long as students are happy, you can proceed the way you like. So a huge round of applause for sir for supporting us in such a big way. And under his leadership, we are definitely going to achieve many more milestones. Thank you.
Thank you. Please have yours. Ashwani ji, distinguished guests, speakers, industry leaders, researchers, and participants. When I stand before you, for that matter, whatever we do, we always say, this is the great vision of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, sir. And this RICS Amity Association happened 1 decade ago because of the extraordinary dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir. Please put your hands together for our Founder, President, and President. Students, I want that a real Amity clap for this conference. Please put your hands together. Amity clap. I would like to congratulate the RICS team for organizing this great fourth international conference on sustainable built environment. I am happy to see, in fact, I am very glad to see that the kind of great leaders joining across India, online, offline, which is going to be a great learning. I would like to convey my sincere thanks to each one of them, especially on behalf of the whole Amity family. Especially to the speakers and the panelists present here. I always go to any platform and say that Amity is a brand. Not only a brand, but Amity is a national and international brand of more than 3 decades, exactly 35 years old brand. And my dear students, researchers, you would find so many institutions, universities in India and abroad, but you would find 12 private universities in 12 states, only under the leadership of our Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor. 12 private universities, wherever you go, whichever states you go, you find Amity universities. Please put your hands together. A small presentation about the group. Presently, we have 250,000 students, 36,000 students on this campus itself. And besides all these, my dear students, in RICS, here in Noida, we would be having around 250 students or so. But please remember that you are part of that great family of our founder president, where we have 250,000 students and 750,000 alumni across India and abroad. Please put your hands together for that. My special acknowledgement to our keynote speakers, Dr. Debolina Kundu. I just met her, the Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, and Professor Piyush Tiwari, Professor, University of Melbourne, Australia, and partners who made this conference possible. And they have assured us to give all the support. Congratulations once again, Dr. Shiv. And we have a vision from our Honorable Chancellor that RICS unit is going to be the best unit in the world. And we have started that work towards his dream. Besides the Noida campus, the RICS is there in Mumbai, Amity University, Mumbai. The Honorable Chancellor has asked us to start this program in our 12th private university. We just started a few months back in Hyderabad. So Ashwini-ji was there recently. Ashwini-ji, can you just hear something from you also? Can you just come for a minute? Is it possible? Please. Your experience of visiting Amity University in Hyderabad and the kind of campus our Honorable Chancellor designed, developed under his dynamic leadership. Ashwini-ji was there recently for a few hours. So Ashwini-ji, please, for the information of the students and researchers.
So it was a pleasure visiting Hyderabad, and as I have always said, that we can't match the infrastructure that Amity creates, and I think so it is another gem or a wonderful piece that has been created there I was quite amazed at when you look at, although that place, it's in the Aero City and the area is still coming up, but Amity has really created a jewel over there. And when you look at the infrastructure, the auditoriums and the other infrastructure that has been created is marvelous. And it goes without saying, because I was part of the team 13 years back when we were kind of forming this relationship between RICS and Amity, and we all were very, very impressed by the dynamic leadership of Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Honorable Chancellor, and his vision, his forward thinking, and what he wants to do for the education industry is transformative. And kudos to him. And it's a phenomenal work, and especially the vision at that point of time, the founder president shared that he wants to have a Amity University campus in each of the states, which is I would say it's a great service to the nation if you can deliver quality education which is accessible to all the students that are, or all the kind of children that are growing up in different parts of the country. I think so. That's a yeoman service. I would say that's one of the best thing that you can do as a giving back something to the society. I think so, because the students are, or these children are our future, and they are the ones who would basically be developing, and what the Prime Minister is currently talking about, Viksit Bharat, and so on and so forth, will all come through them, and they will all come through these institutions. So really thankful for this. As I said earlier in the morning, I'm really thankful to the Amity leadership and their vision, and specifically with RICS bringing in that practice-based education and making the difference to the built environment industry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to welcome all the panelists, researchers, participants. My special welcome to the next panel, which is going to happen in few minutes. Mr. Nikhil Agrawalji, I think he's on the way, he could not, and Mr. Baljit Singhji, welcome to Amity family. And our founder president always say, once connected, then forever. That is the reason I call that all of us are in one family. And we have Mr. Ashwindar R. Singhji here. He would join after some time. Yeah. Then we have Ms. Umit Bhatiaji. Welcome. Welcome to Amity family. And Ms. Opta Surli. So I would like to welcome each one of you, and on behalf of the whole Amity family, full of gratitude on behalf of RICS that you could make it. And my dear students, can you please put your hands together for the next panel members? Thoda जोर से होने चाहिए. Amity clap. So, Dr. Shiva, I will not take much time. I'm confident that this 4th International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment would give us a lot of good ideas, which we can implement not only for our students' benefit, but for the benefit of the industries. And also we can, through this, we can have so many solutions on this and collaborations and many aspects of it. So my best wishes to each one of you, again, to the guest speakers, industry leaders, researchers, and to the RICS family. And we have to work hard to fulfill the vision of our Honorable Chancellor to make RICS one of the best, not only in India, but in the whole country. So our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, little bit of background, born and brought up in Germany, studied in London School of Economics, the finance, engineering from University College London. Our young dynamic leader always think for students of Amity Education Group, and especially for the parents. Any students can reach out to him within no time. Any faculty can reach out to him within no time. And I would like to convey his best wishes on this occasion of 4th International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment. And my best wishes and my own best wishes and best wishes of RICS, once again would like to thank each one of you from bottom of my heart and I'm sure with your presence, your motivation, and your vibrant presence, we can make this conference one of the best international conference. Thank you so much. Highly grateful.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights on the vision of education and global academic collaboration. Now, I would like to request Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir, to kindly felicitate to Mr. U. Ramachandran, sir, as a token of appreciation and gratitude. A huge round of applause, guys. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. Now we would like to move forward with our first panel discussion of the day.
Net zero carbon, commercial reality or slogan. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So this panel brings together experts.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. This panel brings experts from real estate, sustainability and consulting and urban planning. Our moderator, Dr. Ashish Gupta, is an associate professor at RICS School of Built Environment and a fellow of RICS, bring with him 25 years of experience in professional and academic experience in real estate consulting, valuation, capital markets, and investment advisory.
Moving with the panelists, the most enthusiastic panelist we have for now, Mr. Baljeet Singh, Executive Vice President, Brookfield Properties. Sir has led a lot of organizations in past with engineering, ESG, innovation functions across India's commercial real estate portfolios, spanning nearly 58 million square feet of assets. With more than 3 decades of experience, he has managed operations and infrastructures across commercial, residential, hospitality, and institutional portfolio. Sir has an extensive international experience managing large multidisciplinary teams and complex operations. Sir is actively involved with professional bodies such as RICS, IGBC, National Safety Council of India, contributing to sustainable and efficient infrastructure practices and making a perfect panelist for the day. Sir, we would like to invite you on the dais, please. Guys, a huge round of applause for our first panelist.
Now we are joined online by Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, sir, Vice Chairman, BCD Group. Sir is one of the India's most respected voices in the field of real estate industry and currently serves as a Vice President of BCD Group. Over the year, he has held a leadership position as a CEO of Anarok, JLL Residential, and Bharti Urban, making him one of the longest serving CEOs in the Indian real estate sector. Beyond corporate leadership, he plays an influential role in shaping industry dialogue at Realtors India. He is also a widely recognized thought leader and the author of the best-selling real estate trilogy, offering deep insights into property markets, urban development, and real estate investment strategy. We welcome you online, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Sir is here with us online. It's my honor to now invite our next panelist, Ms. Umit Bhatia, ma'am, Senior Director, Sustainable Consulting, APC, JLL. Ma'am is Asia Pacific region at JLL. Ma'am is globally recognized as an ESG and climate transformation leader with over 26 years of professional experience. MAM's work focuses on integrating net zero pathways, climate resilience strategies, ESG frameworks into corporate and real estate business world. MAM has previously worked with global organizations, including NetWest Groups, where she established environmental and occupational health and safety framework for Asia region. A published author, a broad-ready professional, MAM continues to advise organizations on building responsible, sustainable, and future-ready infrastructure and businesses practices. With this diverse profile, we would like to invite MAM on dais, please.
Now we welcome Ms. Optha Solidev, ma'am, VP and Head of Tourism and Planning, IDEC. Ms. Optha Soli, ma'am, is the Vice President of Head of Tourism and Urban Planning at IDEC, Infrastructure Development Corporation of Karnataka, with over 17 years of professional experience across India and United States. She has worked across a wide spectrum of projects, including urban planning, tourism development, township design, and city-scale infrastructure initiatives. Her work focuses on creating sustainable, resilient, and people-centric urban developments that respond to evolving social and environmental needs. In addition to her professional practice, she has also contributed to academia as a visiting faculty member, bringing practical industry insights into architecture and planning education. I now invite Ms. Optha Soldi, ma'am, on the dais, please.
With the extreme knowledgeable panelists we have, now we hand over the mic to the moderator for starting the discussion. Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon all. It's a pleasure to moderate such eminent speakers. I welcome all my students, present dignitaries, Rama sir, Ashwani ji, Shiv, all friends from industry. So our session today will address a very important question, which sits at intersection of sustainability, business strategy, regulation, and market realities. We would discuss about net zero carbon. Is it a commercial reality or is it just a slogan? Over last decades, the phrase net zero has become central to conversation around the world. Government, cities, investors, corporations across the world are committed to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050 or before. At India, we had a target of 2070. And the reason is clear. The built environment today contributes about 40% of global carbon emissions. At the same time, the global building footprint is expected to double by 2060. That would be equivalent of adding one New York City each month. This basically means the choices we make as developer, investors, planners, and consultants will determine whether the built environment becomes part of climate solution or is it part of a problem. However, transacting this ambition into commercial practice is where the real debate begins. For developer and infrastructure company, the key questions are often very practical. Does building net zero or low carbon assets increase project cost? Is there real market demand from buyers, tenants, or investors? Do net zero carbon projects deliver measurable financial returns, or are they just primarily reputational or regulatory commitments? At the same time, the market environment is changing rapidly. Investors are increasingly integrating ESG metrics into asset valuation. Baljit ji will agree with me, and I think he'll also talk more about it. Financial institutions are offering green financing, sustainability-linked loan. Corporations are seeking low carbon offices and facilities. The question is how quickly net zero carbon aspirations can transit into commercial mainstream. So for the students in the audience, the discussion is particularly relevant because many of you will soon be managing projects, assets, and investments in sector undergoing profound transformation, and my industry colleagues. The conversation is equally important because decisions being made today will shape next generation of buildings, cities, and infrastructure. In conferences like this, sustainability discussions sometimes sound very optimistic. However, in project review meetings, I know many of my friends are having those, and they sometimes sound much more complicated. Today, we hope to bridge the gap between conference optimism and project reality. So my opening question to my friends and my esteemed panelists is, so I would request each one of you at the start of this panel, if in a minute, you can just tell us something about, is net zero carbon today a commercial reality or still a slogan? I'll start with Baljit ji.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Gupta, to me, it's kind of, still I feel this is a slogan, but yeah, exception to some of the developer, A-grade, investors and all of that. They are doing their best. They're trying to reach out and they have the commitments. But yes, the ways far away, like we just started, some of them have started leading and the technology upgrade is there. So as we are going ahead, you see the 70% of the existing buildings, you have to also bring them into your portfolio to perform better and bring them to the net zero is a quite substantial task. It's not that easy, but yes, if the slogan has started, there's a reaction, there's adoption. People are trying to catch up, and they understood without that you can't live or you can't survive in the business. So wise people have started taking up, and the investors who are also keen onto this, that if your sustainability goals are there, you have your milestones and you have basic infrastructure and the preference for funding them. So all that depends. But yes, if slogan will definitely be in reality sometime, but it'll take time. Thank you.
We start with a slogan and then we move towards practicality. So my friend Umit, your views on that?
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Good afternoon to all the students and all the delegates here and my co-panelists. I think it is definitely, in my view, not a slogan anymore. It has gone far ahead, but yet not a universal commercial reality in my view. It is reaching there. A lot has been done, and is still being done. And I call it a three horizon target journey of our country, which is, meeting the NDCs by 2030, Viksit Bharat by 2047, and net zero by 2070. If we are working towards that, we have to have systemic controls and measures in place which are moving. Why I don't think it is universal yet is because it is kind of fragmented. Like Baljit ji mentioned, few marquee developers and who have deep pockets, I would like to use that term, as working towards, coming up with a green premium establishments to cater to the requirements of institutional investors, global occupiers in the market. But the broader market is yet to reach there. There is a huge developer population, and it is also concentrated in the metro locations. I feel it is yet to go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities where the occupiers have started looking to capture the market, because post-COVID, people would like to work more in a hybrid manner, and therefore, and since the talent is sitting over there, we would like to go there as well, is what I hear from the clients.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to kind of take a bit of a outside stand from the current industry world, probably from the practice that I come in on the urban front. So is it enough if my house or my campus is clean? Is it enough if my, the premium island is net zero? What happens to the ecosystem? What happens to the urban area? What happens to my country? What happens to the globe overall is also something I think that we should look at. And that I think very clearly exemplifies by the sheer idea of a net zero 2070 for India, which all of these years we've been talking about 2030 and 2050, and now that has moved to 2070. And that primarily also kind of tells us why there is a requirement in the change in the supply, which is the behavioral change, the demand, which is basic, and the demand, which is the behavioral change, the supply, which is the industry. So industry is something that probably is looking at creating some benchmark or identity, or creating some kind of a change in the net zero, while the change in the demand and the policy is something that has to work hand in hand. So that is something that I would like to put forward.
Yeah, thank you. Ashwinder. Ashwinder ji wears many hats, as we've already talked about. He is also chairperson of CII Committee on Real Estate. Yesterday, I was looking at his LinkedIn profile. One another edition on Reality Plus was there. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good afternoon to all my panelists and all the delegates and students. I think most of it has been discussed, but I feel that net zero is no more a green conversation. It is a capital conversation. And today, there is a premium on net zero buildings, net zero real estate. It is going to be a matter of time that that premium is going to go away. And anybody who's going to be a first mover is going to get an advantage. There are certain players who are moving towards it, but I think that this is now not a slogan. It is very much an important part of the discussion. What matters is that whether people are able to execute it or not. And from a policy perspective, I don't think that time is far away, maybe 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. And whatever conversations we have with the government, when I wear the CII hat, there is a possibility that this will become a mandate. It depends, it is 5 years or 10 years. And when it becomes a mandate, there is going to be no premium which is going to be associated with it. And the faster people start working on it, the better it is. And it's a matter of time. And that is why maybe we are having this conversation today.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my follow-up question to you, Ashwinder, would be, so net zero is a construct with people like us in a conference like this, top developers in the country, everybody understands, we keep on talking, debating, and again talking about it. But do you think the guy who's there, who's the real buyer, he understands net zero? So what does net zero mean for home buyers, and does it impact their decision? So is home buyer willing to pay a premium for a net zero or a low carbon building?
See, today, no. But let us not restrict this to a home buyer, because home buyer will come last. And let us also understand that today's home buyer is very different than the home buyer which was there last 10 years back. When I started selling homes, I am a residential real estate expert, and most of my career has gone in residential real estate, whether it is distribution, prop tech. I was the CEO for JLL Residential, converted it into Anarock. I was CEO for Bharti Urban, which is a 150-acre mixed-use township. And I've done enough and more on the capital side. But the buyer for net zero today is a corporate. And most of these institutional buyers who are taking these huge offices on lease, they have their own responsibility towards net zero. And that is why they don't want to take anything on lease unless and until it is a green building. And that's how it has started. The home buyer, a decade back, if I put something in perspective, the average age of that home buyer was 40 to 50 years. In the last 5 years, the average age of a home buyer is 25 to maybe 30 to 33 years. So the home buyer is very young. You also need to understand what kind of home buyers we have in India. The first home buyer we have in India, and why the Indian residential demand is robust, is the first time home buyer. The second is the person who's trying to upgrade. And the third home buyer is the home buyer who's buying their second home. So these are these three kind of home buyers which are there in India. And the first time home buyer today is not looking at net zero as the main priority, but the institutional buyer or the institutional player which is coming and taking offices on lease, the GCC, they are definitely looking at it. And that is why the developer is today making it for them. But it's going to be a matter of time, maybe a decade, when the home buyers will start looking at it and also start paying a premium towards it. So it has to be divided into two parts. One is an institutional buyer side, and the other is the retail buyer side, which is the specific question that you asked, Dr. Ashish, the home buyer.
Thank you so much. So, Baljit ji, I know you look after a very large portfolio, and global investors today are increasingly looking at ESG matrices, and they also incorporate them in their asset valuation while acquisition of assets and many other things. You yourself have within your portfolio greenfield and brownfield both assets which you have acquired. So I just want to understand from your perspective or from international perspective, how important are net zero commitments in investment decisions which you make today?
So this, journey towards net zero plays very significant role in deciding the investment. Institutional investors have got the mandate, and their valuation team, which comes on the ground, they validate your documents and also have the asset tour, where they really see that whether you have implemented and have you achieved your goals and all that. So decision making happens post that, and they have got clear mandate from their top management, and they also see that what is like rental you are achieving and what kind of tenant you have, multinational tenants, and what rental you command over there, and in what shape your asset is. So it plays a very important role, whether they should go for it or they have some caveat like, okay, what are your goals, can you expedite the goals and all of that. Like we have very recently investment of 2000 crores 2000 crores of for eco world, for green bonds, where sustain it is linked to the sustainability development what you do in the existing building. So you have to keep upgrading it. You have to give the evidences that yes, this money has been spent for whatever upgradation you do, whatever sustainability initiatives you take. So it's quite important.
So Umit, I know you have been part of a lot of discussions, lot of panel discussion, closed door discussions, and you also advise a lot of clients. So according to your experience of talking to so many stakeholders across APEC, I would say, rather not just India, you have a larger footprint. So what are the biggest barriers which we see today in moving towards net zero? Because everybody is talking about net zero, still we hardly see anything on the ground.
I'll restrict the answer in the keeping the theme of built environment in mind, and would like to call out three key barriers in this space. The first one is definitely the basic economics. So the low material, the low carbon materials, the calculations of embodied carbon footprint, bringing in the right supply chain and everything, integration with the renewable energy and electrification of the building, all this requires upfront capital. All developers do not have the capability or the intent as well to go ahead with all of these things. So the basic economics is missing. The second one is about the data and measurement. In the there is a need for having a baseline. Baseline is nothing but just a starting point where you say, okay, this is how much is my emissions today, and then you set a target for yourself, like the country has set a target of 2070. And from here to here, how do I achieve my net zero target? For that baseline is very important. And in the absence of credible baseline, including the supply chain, the scope 3 emissions, that your carbon emissions or the intent to achieve net zero, coming up with the right strategy is just a guesswork. The third and most important is the ecosystem. The alignment with the policy, finance, technology, the supply chain, everything is very important. Everybody needs to be on the same page and join hands to do something about it.
So Optha, now coming to you. So there are various sustainability interventions which we've been talking about at building level. But buildings are part of a larger ecosystem, which are cities, tourism, infrastructure, on which you deal. So according to you, in fact, in the morning also, our keynote speaker, Dr. Devila Kundu, talked about urban issues. So what I want to understand from you, what are the urban planning strategies that can integrate net zero principle at city or let's say at a district level?
So Ashit, there are a couple of policies or schemes that have come from the government. Could be as simple as our smart cities. The implementation of it or the outreach of it is something that is debatable. But the intention with which the smart cities were promoted or the Amrut scheme was promoted is something that was a step to look at cities at as a sustainable or a self-sustainable model, I would say. And for example, like something very small, when you said district level is something that I thought of it, is there is something called a district mineral fund, which actually has accumulated over 1 lakh crore rupees, while the entire money has been primarily spent on making concrete infrastructure. So is that why a district mineral fund was established in the first place? It was primarily established so that we could, responsibly mine required minerals for, say, EV batteries, for glass, for steel, different uses. But so there is a policy and there is an implementation. So there is definitely a gap in which we have a lot of policies that are formulated. For example, the Viksit Bharat itself or the Net Zero 2070 itself. And it's also how the implementation takes place. So the implementation, again, I would kind of bring it back to a behavioral change as well as a demand. So once we see that a demand coming in from the people, from the investors, from the industry, then the government is kind of forced to implement certain strategies.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Ashwinda, coming back to you, so I just want to understand from you, from a developer's perspective, specific from a emerging economy like India. Can you give me, because we are talking so much about sustainability and today we are also talking about, is it a slogan or is it a commercial reality? Can you give me a business case for net zero transition for the built environment, construction, real estate sector?
So basically, what you're trying to say is that, should a developer focus on net zero and sustainability, right?
So yeah, absolutely. So would it only happen once regulatory push will happen, or is it just like that annual report, you have to put something, or the BSGR reporting, or is there a business case?
No, this is a very good question, Dr. Ashish. So basically, in my view, it will be both. But the window to use it as a differentiator is going to close faster than most developers are realizing. And that's why I'm saying there should be less pessimism around this, because there is a lot of conversations that is happening around net zero, around, earlier it was sustainability, green sustainability, and let's call it net zero, and there is a target that we want to achieve. So I think we can divide it into three kind of waves that have happened. Wave one has already happened. Early movers, built green because they believed in it. And they got the premium and the reputation. So if you look at all the large developers today, the blue chip developers, they built green, they were proactive, and that is where they got the premium, the reputation. Mostly some of the listed players have done that. And the second wave I feel is happening now, which is the institutional investor, which I was saying earlier, the global occupier and the ESG mandated funds are making green certifications a non-negotiable. So if you are not certified, you are not in the conversation for their capital or their tenancy. So there are certain funds which will not fund you, and they are big funds, and there are certain occupiers which will not become your tenants. So by default, this move is happening. and it's happening clearly. And there is, India has a, some says 40%, some say 50% of GCC is in India, and those occupiers are very clear. Now, this is the last wave, is the wave 3, which might come in 3 years to 5 years, and regulation is going to catch up. This is what I was saying, B codes tighten, RERA is going to evolve, and at that point, sustainability is going to not be a differentiator, and it will become a license to operate. The way things will move, and I am wearing my policy hat right now as the chair of CII, finally everything will move as a mandate. So if you don't take this time of 4 or 5 years and really take advantage and become a leader on the net zero initiative, finally you will have to do it. But what will happen is, people who will now take the initiative before regulations kind of become tighter, those developers will definitely have a great advantage, a great premium, and a better bottom line margin. So the developers who treat the coming wave as their real starting point will find themselves building compliances. Then those developers will be meeting compliances. And the ones who start now, or who started in wave 1, are already going to build legacy by the time this becomes a mandate.
Thank you. Thank you. So Baljit ji, I just want to understand from you. So we all keep on discussing in who's deriving this sustainability or net zero transition, and the answer comes, it is driven by tenants. So tenants, and because tenants, when they are looking at building, they are looking for certified building, FDD or green platinum. Are they beyond green building? Are the tenants also talking about net zero carbon building?
Yes. So green certification is no more a requirement for tenant. This is given, they take it like this is basic, but yes, they are asking how far you are, what are your targets about net zero certification, net zero carbon, net zero water, beyond that, net zero waste, a lot of information. They are aware, they have got mandates. To tell you about, their employees, they ask for air quality, indoor air quality, what kind of indoor air quality they are going to be in. So the certification is just gone, like it's beyond certification now, because they understand they will have saving of say about 20 to 30% when they go into the net zero building. And almost say about 96% of the existing tenant, good tenants, would like to renew their leases with you. They have the preference. And also you can command a little bit of premium, say about 44% of the tenant would definitely try to give you the premium from 3% to 10% almost on that, because it's give and take, and they also have the mandate. And to tell you, Dr. Assis, now we have collaborated with them, and they are willing to sign the green leases with us, wherein the transparency of the data, that how much energy they are consuming, how much waste, how much water they are consuming, and what strategy they have towards that, and how can we help them to achieve that. So all of that is happening, and they're much aware of it. So, I mean, this is no more a certification, just certifications are just given, that's the byproduct of your journey. Thank you.
Umit, because you talk to so many people, I just want to understand, are people only looking at operational carbon because that is what is seen? So all the matrices, everything, or industry is also working towards embodied carbon?
Initially, yes, it started just with the operational carbon footprint reduction, but now they've realized the awareness is increasing each day as we talk in various forums about this. The difference between embodied and we all know, but for the students' knowledge and academic interest, embodied and operational, while the operational footprint is much smaller, much bigger in percentage as compared to embodied. But when you construct a building, till the time it is occupied, it is all embodied, and you are locking that emission. And you are locking it for around 40, 50 years till the life of that infrastructure that you have created. If that's the case, how damaging it can be in the long run, which is why a lot of emphasis has started coming up to the embodied footprint. And just to allude on what Baljit ji shared, and again, just to tell why the institutional investors or the global companies coming here and taking floors and commercial buildings on lease, why are they demanding net zero? there is a linkage between their demand and there is a vested interest in both parties. When you calculate your scope 3 emissions, one person's in the value chain, one person's scope 1 and 2 is the other person's scope 3. So there is vested interest in both parties
Absolutely.
toward a net zero target and achieve it. And which is why when the tenants say, I'm ready to, there are studies which are happening for developers where they're saying, I want to attract just the top Fortune 100 companies as my tenants. So what is it? Green building certification is the bare minimum. It's a fundamental which JLL's leasing team, it's like a screening thing, if it's not there, definitely nobody's coming to your building. Beyond that, what is the Western country influence that's coming in? What is that X factor which these tenants are asking, which is helping them meet their net zero target as well? So that is where the conversation is happening now.
Thank you. So as I understand, in residential, in commercial, it is the tenants who are deriving net zero. So Optha, I just want to understand from you, should government do mandatory net zero targets in building codes, or let it be market driven? Tenants and everybody will push for it. What is your view?
See, I think in terms of these certifications that are there, like your Griha, your LEED, the government is already doing its bit in terms of making it as a mandate and bringing in a certain certification. Again, the concept of certification is very debatable, but that is something that is can be put as a universal benchmark for built infrastructure across the country or across the world, and say that these are primary parameters that you would have to adhere to. Because I think in that sense, the government has a larger role to play in terms of the net zero. So when we are talking so much about the built infra, what we also need to understand is there is a massive large scale city level infrastructure that needs to be built to cater to this level of infrastructure that is being done. And are we doing anything sustainable there is something that also is a key address that we need to do. For example, are we looking at mass transit? Are we looking at transit-oriented development? Are we looking at waste management? Are we looking at a circular economy? So these are also challenges that the government faces while bringing in necessary regulations, modalities like your RERA, your certifications, which are looking at the built infrastructure.
Thank you so much. So we've discussed so much about net zero. My quick question to the panel, and it's a rapid fire, very short one. So what is the biggest myth about net zero buildings, which you think need to be broken?
See, I tell you,
very shortly, one line.
So people feel it costs more. So that's the reason, you don't get capex, and they feel that there's not going to, it's going to pinch me. But you see, in the long run, it is paying you back as a commercially also, and also in the sustain, environment for the environment. So that's what
I would say the same. It's a myth that it is expensive. It is expensive in the upfront capital requirement, I agree. But when you look at the return on investment in the long term, it definitely adds a lot of value and saves you money.
I think net zero should not just looked at a numeric net zero, but also is about well-being, it's about upskilling. It's a lot of, factors coming in together. It's not just a numeric.
Thank you. Ashwinder ji, one line, net zero.
Maybe two lines, Dr. Ashish, but most of the people sitting there deal with commercial real estate, whether it is JLL, whether it is Brookfield. I don't know about the other panelists, but 80% of this country is residential, and I have watched this sector for nearly 3 decades. Every transformation I have seen, whether it was RERA, the shift to institutional capital, or the rise of digital real estate. See, it all began as a fringe conversation before it became an industry standard. Aap kuch bhi dekh lo, it started as a fringe conversation. When RERA was not there, after RERA came, now it is almost 10 years of RERA. And that you have seen with RERA how the real estate demand has gone up in the residential side. So net zero is at exactly that inflection point today. The question is not whether it happens. The myth is obviously one is capital, but The question is not whether it will happen or not. The question simply is who is going to lead it. And whoever leads this net zero is really going to benefit a lot in the times to come.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have discussed, and as I initially said, it should not be just be a conference thing that we are discussing. So what is one thing which my fellow panelists will commit, they will start doing in their personal life to move towards net zero? So everything starts from me.
Yeah, I think it's, shared transport. That's very important when you go to office. You try to use maximum. If your office is very nearby, you should walk. You should take public transport or carpooling. Also, in your own, like whenever you get time, try to plant a tree. I think that's the best thing you can do for the environment.
Umit, what are you going to commit today?
I'll share what I'm already doing. Rather,
Something new, something new.
yeah, so when I made my home, I tried to reuse a lot of stuff that I was already having. For example, the bed that I was using, I just changed the upholstery, just gave it a new look because the box doesn't go waste. It is very solid. So why do you want to waste and procure a new and add to the scope 3 of my footprint, my individual footprint? I looked at which all of you over here can do. The moment I get up from my bed till the time I'm back in my bed, I introspected onto my journey, and I made small observations in terms of how much the first thing that we do in the morning is get up, freshen up, and brush our teeth. So am I using a bamboo brush, or am I using a plastic which is going to the landfill? At least I'll change one toothbrush in a quarter, and imagine just if the global population is doing the same thing, how much plastic is going to the landfills. From there, the water utilization, how does my kitchen run? I created in Indian households, residences, especially in NCR, the water quality is not good. So we have portable RO systems. And with 1 liter of bottle that you're filling, you're wasting 3 to 4 liters of water. So what can you use that water? So I wanted it to be user-friendly for my parents and not having the need for them to fill a bucket and then lift the bucket. This youth will bring in a lot of intervention, can bring in a lot of intervention in coming up with innovative ideas on how you can make the experiences user-friendly and at the same time be sustainable in your footprint. So I created a tank outside in the balcony and a conduit where the water would go there, and then an extra tap for that water, which can be used for even washing utensils and various other chores of the day. So similarly, just close your eyes, think about the journey, what all you do from the day you get up to the day you're back in bed, and see what all changes you can bring in.
So one thing for Opta.
Yeah, so I think something that all of us love to do is travel. And travel is something that is very energy intensive. So the tourism that we look at is something that is very energy intensive, something that is creating a huge global footprint. So I would actually, look at changing the way I travel. It could be the mode of travel, the places I stay, the places I visit. So each of these small changes is all of us do, because I'm sure all of us here post-COVID and, with the Instagram era, all of us love to go out and, see new places. So that is something that I would like to keep in mind, to be a bit more responsible when I travel.
Thank you so much. Ashwinderji, one thing for you, though I know there are a lot of things which you are doing in your personal life. One thing which you want to share?
I think I told all of you that, I think I now do a bucket bath. I don't use a shower to kind of save water. And I think that is one area where a lot of water can be saved. And some of the things Baljit ji said, I would completely agree. What Umit said, I would agree. What ma'am said, I would completely agree. These are very small things, but, if we are a population of 140 crores and, just that toothbrush example, if people can do that, it can really change the way, things are. It's all about personal responsibility and initiative, and that is where the West is a little more responsible than what we are. And that is why one of the things we like when we go to the West is they are very clean. And the first thing that we say is how clean the place is, so that is the first response anybody has. So I think there's a lot that all of us can do, even if we do small things. And I'm sure students are listening to us, and they will definitely kind of imbibe those good qualities which have been discussed. So great. Small things can take a lot of big changes.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank all my fellow panelists for such an insightful discussion. We might have not agreed whether it is a slogan or it's a reality commercially, how much time it will take to be a feasible thing. But yes, we all are committed toward net zero transition. But our commitment needs to come in action from all my students who are sitting here, because you are the torchbearer of industry and future of built environment. So what we discussed today, many things you need to implement and take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our knowledgeable panelists. Yes, sir, we would definitely like to carry certain things out of this panel discussions in person. And I will also, from now today onwards, count on my things so that I reduce as less as possible. Thank you to the moderator and to the panelists for the insightful discussion. Now I would like to request Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir, to felicitate our panelist and moderator, please. It was an extreme good honor to hear from all our panelists. A huge round of applause for them, guys. The round of applause can keep on going, guys.
Ashwindra, are you around?
Yes, I'm around.
So
around.
I'm taking this on your behalf. Thank you.
Sir,
No, just inviting me for this panel is thank you so much for that, and thank you for receiving it on my behalf.
Have you physically present next time? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, you stole my line. I was going to say the same. So we want you to come here physically to take it.
Thank you, Ashish ji, for inviting me.
Finally, we've decided I'll keep this and we'll send another to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. We would like now go for our second panel discussion. There is something missing, right? I think my co-host. So now she's the second moderator for the panel discussion. With this, I would like to now invite Ms. Tagziz Anjum, Assistant Professor, RICS School of Built Environment, to moderate the second panel. Now I've told the panel. Now what is the title? Very interesting, very unique, and that is what the construction industry is wanting now. Technology adoption of construction. So this is our panel theme. Now going with the panelists, we would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Vatt, sir, Divisional Journal Manager, Advisory, Mott McDonald's, on the stage, please. Sir is a Divisional Journal Manager for Advisory Services at McDonald for South Asia, bringing 3 decades of extensive experience in infrastructure consulting and project advisory. Sir has leaded in large-scale urban development projects, has also done many multinational global infrastructure development practices and regulatory environments. His leadership continues to support strategic advisory and transformative infrastructure initiatives across the region. So with this, we would like to clap for our first panelist for the second panel discussion. Now would like to invite our second panelist, our own student and alumni, and a co-founder, founder and a CEO of Collab Tools, also our alumni sponsor. A huge round of applause for him, guys. This is a very proud moment we take to welcome him on the stage as a panelist. Next to the panelist is Mr. Amit Bansal, CEO, R-Dash. Mr. Amit Bansal is a co-founder and CEO of R-Dash, an AI-empowered construction management platform designed to streamline project extensive and collaboration across the construction ecosystem. So a huge round of applause for our third panelist. Next to the panel is Ms. Mridula K, Senior Manager, Sistra. Ma'am is a senior manager, a global consultant and engineer group specialized in transformation and infrastructure development. She brings nearly 13 years of experience in infrastructure consulting, having worked in major metro, rail, urban, water, infrastructure development projects. Her expertise includes project management, construction supervision, business development, data-driven project controls. So now the final panelist, any guesses? Quite evident on the board. So it's our Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir. So from morning, we had been introducing him. We'll skip on this now, sir. And now giving it to my co-host and also the moderator. Guys, a huge round of applause for this panel discussion. So from here to there, over to the moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to the panel, Construction Technologies, Opportunities and Challenges. We all are seeing that technology adoption is happening in various verticals of the industry, whether it is in manufacturing industry, whether it is IT technologies and all those fields. But when we see the technology adoption over the years, which has happened so far, we have seen a very slow adoption in the construction industry, but now the technology adoption has taken a pace in the construction industry. This pace is there, but there are so many challenges which comes along with that pace, which is there. The adoption, the mindset which has to change, whether people are ready to adopt, what is the cost which is involved in this adoption, what are the skill sets which are required to adopt the technology, and what are the kind of policy regulation which are supposed to be present so that it becomes easier for the people and the professionals to adopt the technology. So with this opening remarks, I would like to start this panel. I welcome all my esteemed panelists on the dais, and I want to start my discussion with one important aspect of construction technology, which is from the construction industry in India. What do you feel is one of the major thing is that what is the level of adoption right now of the construction technology in Indian built environment sector? So for that question, I would like to start from Mr. Pankaj Vatsa sir to kindly brief us, because you have a very high level of experience in project advisory. So I want to understand from your perspective, what is the level of construction technology adoption we are at right now?
So good afternoon, everyone. So before I come to your question, I graduated in 1992, and I look around the audience. I don't think so many of you would have not been even born then. And for us, when we graduated, the only technology change we had seen was that from ring dialing to push button, our phones had come. But if you're comparing from the construction technology perspective, I think as of now, I won't say it is a transformational change as of now. Things are changing, and things have changed rapidly in last few years because of the scale of the projects have changed. Project complexities have changed, and also there have been some big players have come in. But if I look at the overall larger landscape, I believe maybe few percentage here or there. I think in the 20%, probably I would say there is a technology adoption has happened. Large contractors, complex projects, yes, it has happened. But on the tier 2 contractors, tier 2 cities, where the project size is a little smaller, I think still the practices are a little archaic. And even on the big projects, since I keep traveling on different project sites, even on such, I give you a recent example. There's a project going on for almost 3,000 crores construction. And when I was talking to the project director about what is the model he was using for project monitoring, he said, everything is in my mind. So I don't need any tools as such. So we are still, in some of cases, even on the large projects, we find that situation.
Since Shiv sir has also extensive experience in the built environment industry, so I want your perspective on the same thing, that what do you assess the level of adoption? Are we witnessing a structural transformation, or are innovations still limited to certain type of projects or organization, as sir has said? But I want your understanding. I want your review on that.
Thank you very much, Professor Tagdees. It's been 26 years that I'm in profession, 10 years in academic. Prior to that, I was in industry. I want to start with something, sir has talked about 1992, he graduated and I entered that year. So I am following your footsteps. In the second year of our architecture program, there was a book called Climatology by author by Koensberger. It's a standard textbook that we all have studied. So whatever we learned there, it really talked about the solar passive architecture. I don't know how we should really be implementing so that buildings are not needing too much of artificial lighting. How we can reduce the heat gain, what angle, what orientation, and all that. Now, when we studied that, then we could relate to our some of the historical buildings, primarily built around the Mughal era, and then we visit those buildings as a tourist. Then we see that how beautifully they had implemented the solar passive. But of course, I'm not talking about the 1.5 meter thick walls and all that. Now, there are so many technologies were available, particularly on the solar passive side. We have conveniently ignored them and not even adopted, right? So reheat gain from the roof can very effectively be managed. But we continue to use the same construction technology whenever there is a mass construction happening. Simple solutions like cavity walls, which probably every project, it is very easy to implement. Projects are not even doing that. So I am not definitely satisfied when it comes to the site work. So what is really happening on the site? But when it comes to the pre-construction planning, when it comes to the evaluation, when it comes to simulation, and when it comes to the post-construction management, I think technology has made a very big inroad. Our alumni and so many other professionals are making great contributions there. So that is something that has happened. But we need to move towards the alternative materials and some of the available technology which are proven over a period of time. So there is still miles to go. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I want the perspective of Mridula, since you already handed mic to her. So what's your perspective? You have worked in infrastructure projects. You are working as a senior manager in a company which is trying to adopt technology at a very higher level. So what have you witnessed, and what is your experience over adoption of technology currently in India?
First of all, good afternoon to all the students and all the delegates, my fellow panelists. And look at the demographics of this panel, right? We come from, a vast experience range.
Yes.
As Mr. Vatsa said, probably in 1992 when he graduated.
We were born.
Yeah, probably most of us have not been born, but there is still, you know, a principle in the society or in an industry that technology has become indispensable. So that everybody has accepted. But compared to the other industries, if we see in the construction field, we are still, if anybody is aware of the diffusion of innovation curve, there are 5 stages basically. One is the early innovators. The second is the early adopters. Third is the early majority, late majority, and the laggards. So if you compare it with the other industries, particularly in AEC or the construction industry, we're still at the early adopter space, which is less than 17% overall, if you look at the curve. So having said that, and also when you look at the allocation among the, expenditure, if you look at the balance sheet of any industry, construction company, less than 1% is being allocated to innovation. So that itself speaks volumes, because when you take manufacturing, they're allocating roughly 3.6% of their revenue towards innovation and technology, whereas finance, they're about 7.2%. So you can see the kind of revolution or the transformation that happens in other industries, whereas in construction, we're still at 1% and we are still, considered the early adopters while the world is moving forward in other sectors.
Very rightly said that there are so many different dimensions to it, and technology is ever changing. But I want to move to two people who are right now becoming a very big flag bearer of technologies and all. So I want to ask Nazim that since you are working with collaboration with various kinds of players in the construction industry, so what type of technology do you think are current construction firms mostly actively adopting today? And where do you see the biggest opportunities for improving project coordination and information flow using technology?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me alongside this, esteemed panelist. Good afternoon, everyone. It's lunchtime, so I hope we'll close this soon before you guys get sleepy. So you spoke about technology. What is the penetration of technology in construction companies? So there are different levels of technology. First of all, we need to define what is technology. So if we talk about early 2000, there was the ERP era when companies were starting to use ERP. They were moving from paper usage to digitization of their day-to-day operations using enterprise resource planning solution. After that, alongside that, Excel became very common. And then with that, there were different innovative technologies. One such technology is project management solution, which I and Amit come from. That is our background. So this is what we've been doing for last 5-7 years. So these are one set of technology, and then one of the biggest contributor of technology, in terms of digitization of information is WhatsApp, that is being used for communication. So there are different levels of adoption. Different companies are at different levels. We still see some companies today, they are still using WhatsApp and Excel and other manual manual processes to manage the company. They don't even have a proper ERP solution, managing 5,000 crores of worth of project, and then doing things this old fashioned way. And then coming to what is being what is being the buzz of this time is the artificial intelligence. So everyone is running behind they want to be the AI first company, and they want to introduce artificial intelligence in the day-to-day work without being properly without properly digitizing their existing structure. So these are the different levels of adoption and different stages of adoption of a company. What I feel right now is that the most scope is project management, PMIs, wherein management want to streamline their processes. They want to understand what's happening in their projects. They want to digitize and structure the data that they have. And then the next obvious step would be having an artificial intelligence or a GPT wrapper on top of that, and maybe have some sort of analytics and maybe take things forward from there. So there was a very recent study published by a very a big AI company around the use of artificial intelligence and automation in various industries. So there were like 20, 25 such sectors, and construction was among the last three, I think, second last or third last. It showed what is the potential of automation and what is actually adopted. So potential itself is very small. It's like around 7-8% is the total potential. Manufacturing, IT, finance are like 90-95%. Construction is like 7%. Out of that 7%, we are around 2 or 3%. So the scope, we have a very limited scope. And on top of that, we have not even fully utilized that limited scope. So this, so again, coming to the original question, that the scope of digitization and use of technologies around day-to-day operation, day-to-day project management, and actually digitizing whatever is happening on the ground in among teams, among different departments, digitize the data, digitize the processes, and then maybe it's things take things slowly forward and advance technology.
So you have rightly said that I was coming to AI and automation, but before that, as we see that their technology does not only mean one thing about digital technology. So technology and innovation is happening in various domains, but how much is the adoption of that if we currently see to it? I want to ask Mr. Amit Bansal about his perspective on the adoption of other technologies other than the digital tech. Although I know you are working closely with digital tech, but I want to understand, because if there is technology in material methods like prefabrication and all, so if people are how reluctant they are to adopt those and then moving to the digital technology, or whether it's all together, what is your perspective?
Oh, thank you, ma'am. It's mostly students here, so it allows me to be more candid than I generally am. So let me paint a picture of where we are. And because I ran a construction company, so I am more empathetic to the cause and sometimes get carried away. So let me be carried away for now. Okay. So right now where we are is the lowest point of this sector. It was better before, it will be better tomorrow. It is the lowest point. Where I'm coming from, if you look at in the past, the world was not so economy driven, right? There were people who were passionate about what they're building. There were kings who had vision, and then there were artists, and then there were masons who wanted to do a fine job, and the things were happening wherein monuments were built. But somewhere down the line, as the world became a little more economy driven and the construction being as chaotic as it is, the industry has stopped being meritocratic. For example, for all the students who's gonna enter this sector in the next 5 years, they will realize that people will, appreciate more, subordination will be appreciated more than the sheer creativity or the energy and the efforts one's gonna put. It's almost like a government system which is running. The trust has eroded from the supply chain. We talk about material innovations. We talk about different kind of innovations. There is absolutely no room or no acceptance if I bear the top 2 percentiler of construction, right? Whereas economy is not a constraint. Most of the time, if I talk about adoption frontiers, the way we manage, if let's say take a general contractor, for example, right? If I get a construction project, right? The way a general contractor is managing a construction project worth, let's say 100 crore in India, right? We get a construction project, we get the drawings, we get the scope, we engage suppliers in whichever shape and form that we want, right? The reconciliation is never done. There's no real tracking methods. There's no real control on payments and cash flow, right? And we are just operating by the sheer willpower because the promoter at the end of the day wants to get the job closed and wants to get the bill cleared. if you look at Dubai market, or if you look at any US market or European market, even a 10-member general contracting team, which is, let's say, doing maybe 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs kind of a small housing assignment. They first break the BOQ into materials. They have guardrails on material, what is to be procured. They have guardrails around, when the material is reaching site, it should be tracked. So there's a, the depth of system that the slightly more developed worlds have, even on a small, let's say, 50 lakh or a 1 crore project, is higher than what we have here in India on a maybe 100 crore, 1,000 crore project, right? That's the current reality of where we are in terms of adoption. But my hope is this is gonna change because the way, one thing which is certain from AI is that the knowledge will stop become a moat. Majority of this industry is hiding behind the walls of experience, wherein if I am a senior project leader and I have 20 years of experience, I know how to get things done, and everyone needs to come to me and ask me how this small thing will be done. Otherwise, the project will not move. I think entirety of this knowledge and experience will evaporate. Sheer amount of creativity, organization skill, and a will to do the right. Only these are the three things which will drive the productivity of construction or for any other sector for that matter. And that's why I see this is the lowest point. The past has been better and the future will be better. I think this is the turning point when we are having this discussion.
I can see what sir is just laughing or smiling, but I want to understand from your perspective, like as he has said that we are right now in the lowest point of adoption of technology, but we will be soon future adopting technology and we will be moving forward better. So I want to understand that despite the availability of many technological solutions, adoption across the construction sector, it remains inconsistent in various domains. In your view, what are the key barriers which are slowing down the adoption of technology? And whether these barriers are related to skills only, organizational culture, procurement practices, or investment priorities?
So in my opinion, I think there are multiple factors. There's no singular factor which is hampering. One is obviously, Amit, I think kind of pointed out, it's a mindset issue. This industry is largely led by veterans. They are happy to share their war stories. You go and discuss on any project, the first thing they ask is, have you done this similar project in the past? Otherwise, you are useless. Okay. And people of earlier, maybe even to my generation or later generation, we're technology handicapped from so many aspects. So I'm not talking only about digital, about other stuff also. And we are sitting at the hem of the affair. So that there's a mindset block. That's one. Second, I think is a cost element is always, what is the incentivization? If I'm into the market, I am competing, whether it's a consultancy contract or a construction contract, largely on price. And today, I'm sure people who are in the industry would agree that projects are being taken at almost minus 20% to minus 30% of the estimated cost. Now, if you're going so aggressive, where is the avenue? Where is the money to invest? Where is the money to think about innovation? So you are from the day one, you're starting a race which looks like you're going to lose. Okay, so that's the second challenge which is there. And the third is, I think, from the client side. Have the client matured enough and mandated and put in the system in place to also monitor implementation? So the certain clients, yes, have. For example, I feel metro clients, they are ahead. Airport clients, they are ahead. But then rest of it, I think there's a lot of gaps. So there's an incentivization issue, there's a mindset issue, and there's a cost element. So,
Sir, since sir has identified these things, I also want to understand the skill and preparedness from the perspective of the professionals which are coming into the industry. like recent graduates, for example. So I want to understand from both Shiv sir and you about the perspective.
Yes, I think I missed that. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, I think skill sets, yes, for what the people who are graduating out, yes, they are aware, but then they should get the opportunity, right? So if theoretical knowledge exists, bit of a practical knowledge in classes have been done, but you are not getting the opportunity. So if you are working on, you get the opportunity to work on projects which are international global projects, you will. So your skill will be utilized. If you are not getting that opportunity, then whatever you learned will go stale shortly. So I say yes in terms of skill, and again, it is segmentation which is happening. Good colleges, you get good students who have been trained, who get good. When we go for interviews, we get good quality, but it's not a, I would say, a norm. It's not a norm.
I would want to believe so. And our 3 years of data in terms of the campus placement probably will also second to our situation. But our RICS School of Built Environment is I would a specialized initiative that was created with a very sound thought process. Not only that, we believe that we are preparing the graduates who are employable and they are contributing and creating value. Time and again, we hear from our alumni that they would complain that, okay, you have made us do all these things, but where it is there in industry? So we can't really practice it, the digital tools that have been taught. So industry is still working in a very conventional way, and except for, I guess, Mr. Ashwinder was talking about the tier one, the operators, be it on the infrastructure side or the development business side. But beyond that, things are still probably is operating as when I graduated maybe 25 years ago or 20 years ago. In terms of execution processes, we have seen how the entire real estate sector collapsed about 10 years ago, that deliveries were not happening. It was primarily because the monitoring and the execution methods were not in place. And of course, somewhere there were ill wills as well. So there is a plenty of room for improvement, but I believe our students are making that contribution, and many of the employers who are return recruiters for us, probably they are benefiting also. So things are changing fast. Recently, I also participated in one of the Tech Edu Summit in Bombay, organized by the Economic Times. I was very happy to see that all the higher education institution, those who are participating, they are talking the same things that we started talking 13 years ago. So everybody is talking industry focused education, immersion, participation of the industry. The one more thing I would want to highlight here, that the RICS School of Built Environment is probably one of the blessed institution where industry has wholeheartedly supported us. They come here for the lectures, they facilitate for the site visits. Last week only, IKEA also opened their site for our students. This kind of a support also helps in a grooming that is required for the industry. So that is something that we are doing, and I believe in our university circles also, these things are now really high on agenda, that how our graduates should be industry ready.
Sir, just before the panel, I was having a discussion with Mirudullah that one of our best students is working with you and is very technology driven intensive. So yes, as we are hoping to prepare our students well in the form of technology adoption or ready for adopting technology as professionals, one point which came from the discussion is that automation technology in construction. So I want to understand that India being a labor intensive market, whether it is automation versus labor losing their jobs, what is that? I want to understand from Amit's perspective first. Yeah, I was saying about automation in construction, whether because India is a labor intensive market, having a huge amount of labor available. And when we are talking about automation, whether automation is going to replace the jobs or it is going to integrate and work hand in hand.
The key hypothesis, which is widely accepted as of this moment, is the jobs which gonna be replaced or gonna be are at the front line of being affected are the white collar jobs. Like if I am a project manager, my job is to coordinate all around. If as an organization, I build a system wherein all my data and workflows are together, then the AI agents can do that coordination. Similarly, if I'm someone who is doing the quantification jobs, then these quantification jobs can be done by the system. So jobs which are a little bit of smart, require a little bit of smartness, a little bit of decision making, right? Jobs which are traditionally white collars, these jobs are going to be get affected first. It has already started happening. I think I'm seeing it in my own company. I'm seeing it everywhere. I think the current management productivity gain, if you are using the AI systems effectively, somewhere stands around 20 to 30%. By the end of this year, it will be 50%. And if I talk about, construction company, the amount of the mid management layer that they have right now is going to slim up by 50% in the next 18 to 30 months, depending on the pace at which you will going to go. And most of these people who are going to get replaced, and assuming that we get this technology utopia and all this kind of thing that they are promising, but if all these white collar guys, like if I'm earning maybe let's say 50 lakhs a year, right, and I'm not as useful to my organization anymore, right? So I can't go up the ladder because I'm not skilled that way. I can only go down the ladder. Like if I was probably, people who are doing slightly higher category jobs, you'll find them doing way more lower category jobs, right? So that's a eventuality which is around the corner, getting shaped as we speak. Second, real perspective, which I also want to touch upon, that you asked about the curriculum suitability. I've been a recruiter at ICS and happy with the talent pool that we've gotten. But right now, what the curriculum is shaped around instilling knowledge in the brains of students, right? It's almost like, I'm teaching student all the routes and the turns in the city geography, right? But the Google map is here and the routes and turns can be fetched whenever you need them. What you need is a creativity, how to navigate them. You need a skill to drive. So basically, there's no point of cramming up, lots of vocabulary, lots of construction methods, lots of checklists and practices. I think all this 80% of the curriculum is not relevant what the students are going through right now. This 80% should be replaced with resourcefulness. What all different systems, evolving systems are there, because resourcefulness will outweigh intelligence in the world that we are stepping in. It should be replaced with how do you bring in, instill creativity in the people, because creativity is going to outweigh knowledge and experience. So I think rather than teaching them, what it is, right, and how it typically is done, we need to, work on making students how to adapt and how to be more creative, how to think system oriented. These, like, the curriculum needs to be, I think, is up for a complete overhaul, and every step that we're going to take in that direction will definitely go a long way.
Definitely. So yes, you have actually given a new perspective to what my question was, and it's a good thing that it's related to implementation of AI.
I think labor is going to be affected for now.
Right. So for now, you believe that automation, like, because automation is coming up in the industry, prefabrication, for example, and now we are also talking about 3D printing, various kinds of technology which are bringing methods, new methods. And thus my question still is to both Vatsa sir and Nazim again, that what do you see that is it labor force available versus automation, or is it like both are going to collaborate and improve the productivity and efficiency and safety of the construction projects?
So I don't think that labors will be affected with automation anytime soon. So if we talk about the job site labors, the supervisors, foremen, carpenters who are actually working on the ground, they will not be affected anytime soon. The technology is very new. You spoke about 3D printing and prefabrication. Even though they are automation, there is a requirement of labor, on all of these processes. Also, uh, the cost of the product is very important, right? So 3D printing is a very expensive technology. So if someone can get the job done in 20 rupees, why would you want to spend 50 rupees to do the same thing? But with that, if you talk about the laborers who are working in the office, the white collar job that Amit mentioned, and people who are doing coordination job, they might be affected. There are two opinions around that, doing rounds on social media and everywhere. If you see that AI will not take your job, but someone using AI will take your job. So this is something very common that people have been saying. And the second opinion is that AI is, just a hoax. It's there. It'll help you. It's like Google, or it's like, it's like an assistant or Siri that you use that might help you. I have both the opinions, but at the same time, AI or any sort of technology or automation comes with a cost. So as I said, that nobody would want to spend more. So if I am getting the job done in $20 a month, why would I want to spend $140 a month to do the same thing, just to say that I'm doing automation and I'm doing AI and all of that. With all of that said, I can be 100% wrong in next month with the technologies that, with the capability of these technologies that we have seen. We are doing a lot of cool R&D, and we've seen the capabilities of these technology, and what these can do. A new model dropping next month can completely wipe out a lot of jobs. Not just jobs, a lot of companies like us who are developing software and helping digitization. So it's a very open field, and there are different opinions around that, and we will see as time passes.
So in India, I think almost 5 crore people, maybe more, get employed in the construction sector. It is the one sector which gives the job up to the grassroots level. So any technology, any automation, if you think as it is a labor replacement strategy, I don't think so it ever gonna work and it will succeed. But what is our challenges are? Our challenges are our productivity is low. Our labor workforce is unskilled largely. The remuneration levels are also low. Okay, so in the certain spaces where I think they should be, the labor should be replaced. For example, the people who are working in the construct is a small space, or like sewer cleaning, machine should come, automation should happen. Why should an individual should go into the sewer and clean that? So definitely those are the areas where automation, technology will, or any form of mechanization will replace. The focus is how do we improve the productivity? Now, if you go to our large steel plants or go to our power plants, the companies, they bring in the Chinese labor also along with the equipment. Why? Because their productivity is much, much higher than our labor. So any technology which helps in improving the productivity, it will succeed. And then there are, like we were discussing just before in this panel, the net zero. So there are climate related effects which are happening. It is not easy to work on ground during the daytime. So prefab, factory-based constructions, they will gain grounds, not only from the productivity perspective, but the environment will not allow us to work like that.
Right. With environment, there is one more thing often coming together, that is called social responsibility. So to Mridula, this is my, before I proceed to the last one question, to Mridula, I want to ask how improvement of productivity with the use of technology is getting balanced by the social responsibility we have towards the labor well-being and the workforce management.
Thank you for this wonderful question, Professor. Because we have been working consistently towards improving or uplifting the life as a society, particularly working in public infrastructure projects. We see that kind of development and tangible impact at the ground level. So having said that, we also as a company or probably as a consulting as well as construction companies, we have a responsibility to improve the productivity at site while the labor are working, without compromising the quality as well as safety. So when we talk about technology, it's not just one solution that is being implemented across the industry. There are multiple solutions, multiple innovations are going on right now. If I talk about safety, right now working at heights is a very big concern. And particularly in metros, you've seen a lot of accidents happening around. But if we can do something about it using technology, for example, if we look at the computer vision, right? If we implement that at every site and identify the most potential risks of working in that particular environment, and maybe alert that labor, okay, this is going to be a potential risk or potential accident going to happen. So that is how we can utilize technology for enhancing the society as a whole. And as consulting and construction companies, we do have that responsibility. Similarly, for quality, all the checklists, all the whatever audits we prepare, they are not just for the sake of ticking marks. There has to be meaning to it. We have a lot of data. So all the data-driven quality procedures should be in place, ensuring that there is no gap between the construction quality as well as the expectation. So these are certain examples which we can implement at an industry level to enhance the social, society as a whole.
Definitely. Since we have so many young professionals with us, and because of the time constraint, I would just like to ask one quick question to everyone. That what do you think our young professionals should do to be relevant in this new era of technology adoption, which is going to uplift the construction industry soon, since they are going to be soon graduating, going in the industry and working with you all guys? I will start with pitch in first.
See, look, technology, any technology is ultimately a tool. It is as good as the people who are using it. So my thought is that the essential skill is the critical thinking. What you are getting through AI, what you are getting through data, are you able to use your judgment and make a right decision around that? And last not the least, smartphone is not only for making reels. It has a huge word which is opened up that has to be used. So that's a major technology, mobile mapping. We are using it in construction and so many places. So yeah, beside all tools, Jing bangs, and many other things.
Nazim, very quickly, one relevant thing.
I think be up to date on the technology that are being, that are being released, or on the new AI models, or whatever is being relevant to current market. So if you're going for an interview and an interviewer asks you that, do you know so and so stuff, you should be in the position to tell that, so that the person who's taking your interview is confident that you would be, you are trainable. If there is a if something change and there's a new technology, you will be ready, and you'll be that one person who they will go back to and tell you that, please understand this technology. We want to introduce it in our organization. So be that person.
Amit.
I think if you look at the fundamental, what AI is going to do is it's going to allow people to do more. Like if I take a practical example, let's say if I'm studying quantity surveying, right, and I'm going for a job. Now, me as an excellent quantity surveyor versus a guy who's a good quantity surveyor, but he can export that quantity survey output into a BOQ. He can run RFPs. He can do comparatives on RFPs, and probably on the backward side, like he can not just do the takeoffs from designs, he can also understand how to design, like the basics of design. Now, this second guy is far more critical or far more useful to an organization compared to the first guy. And all this is now possible, right? It does not take so much of an effort it used to take to acquire complementary borderline skills, right? So I would say that wherever you are, whatever your zone of study and expertise is, look at what is lying on the border, right? And then spend some time how you can get exposure there. You don't have to be an expert everywhere. Develop a core skill in one place and then just complement yourself so that when you get embedded in a work environment, you are more coherent, right? You do provide that critical overlap that companies need, and from there, standard advice would be be more resourceful, guys. Like you need to, if you can learn basic of SQL, Python, basic dashboarding, whosoever you are, whatever your role is, all these things gonna help you in a big way.
So just in one line, if you can say how to be relevant.
While I agree with all of them, it's just, the lines between probably the construction field or the software or for any other field for that matter are quite blurry right now at this point of time. So there's no definitive domain that you will be sticking as a civil or an architect. You will be sticking to your own domain. You'll have to be, as he rightly said, resourceful, and you should be adaptable to the changes that are happening in the world, because construction sector is one of the most unorganized sectors. And I can only say prepare with purpose, because take the example of UPI, right? Now you can find it even for, the petty shops. So how unorganized that market is, but UPI made it possible. So if you prepare with purpose, then definitely we can make a difference in this sector as well. So be agile, be adaptable, and be resourceful.
Sir, last but not the least.
Very quickly, I would say there was a time that IT professionals were expected to be continuously learning to be relevant. I think the current environment is making it necessary for everyone, and for our students, it is not going to be any more different. So end of the college is not end of the learning. You have to continuously reinventing yourself to remain relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for discussing the important topic of opportunities and challenges in technology. So with this, with the shortage of time, I would like to end this panel discussion. It was great hearing from you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our distinguished moderator, panelists, for sharing such insightful perspectives on opportunity and challenges of technology adoption in construction sector. Also today, I learned the second thing, which is making for purpose. So I'll definitely remember this in the future perspectives of mine. This discussions clearly highlighted how innovation, digital tools, data-driven decision-making, and also how we in the common era can make ourselves in pro to technologies, how convenient that is to be done. With this, now I would like to request Dr. Ashish Gupta, sir, to please felicitate the moderator and our esteemed panelists for the session. Guys, a huge round of applause for our panelists for this. I know it's a lunchtime, but the claps can be a little more louder. Thank you. A special clap was for Nazim. A very proud moment for us as a teacher. You keep growing, huh? Making us more proud. So after the felicitation, we're moving for lunch, guys. So clapping can be a little louder. Come on. We will go for lunch, definitely. Enthusiasm can be higher yours. Thank you so much, our esteemed panelists. And as assured, now it's the lunch time. So uh, a little more request here. So we will like to like, of course, we are going for lunch, but please be back by 30 minutes. So try to have your lunch within this 30 minutes and also talk with your mentors and the industry professionals given a chance. Okay. So kindly be present here back by 2:30. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. And this time I will clap for you people for your patience. Thank you so much, people.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank RICS to invite me. It has been almost 10 years. It seems like coming back to RICS I can see Ashwani and Ashish there. And hello to them. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. So what I'm going to do today is to very briefly talk about reimagining net zero cities, the nexus between climate, housing, and social policy. This is an outcome of the research that we have been doing for the last 5 to 10 years. And there are some very interesting lessons which I would want to bring to you for your consideration. So today we stand here at a pivotal moment where property is both contributing to climate change and is also increasingly being reshaped by it. If you go to the slide, next slide, are you able to switch to the slide? Right. So, right, maybe the next one. So what we see here is that at homes, we live and invest in property. And it is becoming much more exposed to some of the vulnerabilities that climate change is forcing on us, like, for example, the fire, flood, heat, sea level rise, and so on. At the same time, the housing markets are quietly rewriting the geography of risk, security, and inequality. If we think from the perspective of where housing or property stands with regard to climate, it's a two-way street. Residential property is now one of the largest individual sources and sink of climate impact, as you would see in this particular chart here. On one hand, Our homes consume energy, generate emission, and drive land use change. On the other hand, climate change is feeding back into those very markets through more frequent extreme events, high temperature and rising sea that alter where it is safe, insurable, and desirable to live. The picture on the right is a simulation done by UN Habitat for its World Series report. What it does, it overlays the flooding map, one in 100 years event, over the habitable or habitat area. So you can see that quite a significant proportion of built area would be inundated. In many cities, including in Australia, where I live and work, we see this duality very clearly. Urban expansion pushes affordable subdivisions into bushfire interfaces and floodplains, while coastal amenities, they continue to attract higher income buyers to coastal scenic locations. Climate risk is no longer an abstract environmental issue. It is being capitalized into the largest asset on most households' balance sheet, which is their home. The dual relationship between cities and climate change is well documented. In 2024, the UN Cities and Climate Action Report that concludes that cities are simultaneously victims of climate change and are also its worst perpetrators. The concentration of people, businesses, institutions in urban area creates both clustered vulnerability to climate change and unique opportunity for transformative action. However, the higher share of informal housing and employment is in many cities exacerbates climate change vulnerabilities, particularly for marginalized population. If you go to the next slide, it gives you some very interesting picture. Now, this is the urban heat map. Now, urban heat is projected to be critical hazard in future. Many cities transitioning to more arid and humid conditions. So all that orange that you see, these are the areas which will be impacted. Much of India is in there. The sea level rise threatens many coastal cities. If you go to the next slide, creating even greater exposure in areas which are already vulnerable to flooding. Riverine flooding also represents a major hazard in many cities. These are not abstract future scenarios, they are reality, and they are affecting both markets as well as household decisions. Climate-related disasters, they generate three distinct risks to property values. And some of the work which we have done very clearly provide the evidence on the impacts there. First, there is a direct risk of physical damage and destruction, as seen in major bushfires in Australia and elsewhere, and floods in the US and Australia. Second, there is a financial risk, higher insurance premium, withdrawal of insurance coverage, or stricter lending standards, which reduce what buyers can pay. Third, there is a market perception risk, where a suburb or a region becomes seen as risky, depressing demand and liquidity even in the absence of actual damage. Our research on Australian market shows that both bushfire and flood exposure are already being priced into the market. Flood-prone areas often face price discounts, especially after major events, while properties in bushfire-prone areas can also see lower values when risks are silent. Yet, some high amenity, risky locations still command premium because buyers value views, lifestyle, and access to mature, even hazardous areas. What is important, what I want to stress here, could you go to the next slide, please? All right. That not all properties, not all location, not all people are equally impacted. One of the key insight from our analysis is that disasters do not affect all properties in the same way. Average effects hide a complex pattern, Lower end, middle market, and high end properties respond very differently to the same climate risk. At the lower end of price distribution, flood exposure significantly depresses values, trapping vulnerable households in risky location as other locations become unaffordable. Now, just to quote here, one of my recent work for UN Habitat, it illustrates that there are only 3 countries which are affordable in terms of housing affordability. Most other countries, I'm talking about 198 minus 3 countries, are unaffordable. At the top end of market, however, flood risk can be partially offset or even outweighed by coastal or waterfront amenities, meaning that high value properties may maintain or even increase prices despite higher exposure. Bushfire risk also shows a distributional pattern with negative effect across the spectrum, but particularly pronounced impact in some market segments. Resilience feature tell the similar story. Altitude, literally being on higher ground, is consistently associated with a price premium, reflecting market recognition of reduced flood risk and long-term security. Properties that combine elevation with proximity to coast often trade as safe but scenic, climate resilient asset, reinforcing a new geography of winners and losers. The losers are often the lower income household. This differentiated impact reflects a fundamental reality. Existing pattern of urbanization create differential vulnerability to climate change. The question then becomes not merely whether climate risk affects property value, but how these impacts are distributed across society. Could we go to the next slide, please? Right. To understand the deeper implication of these markets, let me turn to climate justice. Climate justice implies putting equity and human rights at the core of decision making and action on climate change. Key facets of climate justice include structural inequalities based on race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, as well as intergenerational inequalities. A central question for climate justice is how should responsibilities in addressing climate be distributed? The Paris Agreement Article 4.1 is very clear. It commits to achieving global balance of emissions and removals on the basis of equity, and in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. This raises a very important question. Are net zero plans consistent with the aspirations that advances climate justice? To address this question, let me lean on Professor Amartya Sen's capability approach, which provides a powerful framework for understanding justice in the context of climate and housing. Amartya Sen argues that we should evaluate development in terms of expansion of capabilities of people to lead the kind of lives that they value and have the reasons to value. Capabilities are opportunities, a set of functionings from which a person is able to freely choose between various alternatives that are there at their disposal. Functioning is actual achievement of individuals being and doing. The capability approach emphasizes that expansion of people's capabilities depends on both the elimination of deprivation and the distribution of basic tenets of development. Sen argues that inequalities inherent to market system result in capability deprivation. In the context of housing and climate, this framework highlights 2 critical nuances: the deprivation of capabilities and deprivation of functionings for urban marginals. Now, justice concerns how good and bad things in life should be distributed among members of society. Miller gives us a paradigm, and in his paradigm, a policy is unjust when a person enjoys fewer advantage that the person or group of person ought to enjoy, given how other members of society are faring. Applying theory of justice to dynamic and interdependent urban system poses numerous complications. Urban infrastructure concerns come to forefront as privatization of public space and creation of closed network create value only for those whose concerns matter the most, which we all know would be the ones who are well off. Data reveals a huge vulnerability trap at the bottom of housing market. Lower value housing is more likely to be located in flood-prone, fire-prone areas where land is cheaper, planning controls have historically been permissive. For low-income households, these homes are both their primary shelter and their main store of wealth. Yet, the climate change systematically erodes that wealth over time. This is not simply a market outcome, it is a social justice issue. When hazard exposure is concentrated in cheaper suburbs and resilience features like elevation and safe coastal positions are capitalized into more expensive houses, climate change deepens existing socio-economic inequalities. In effect, we are creating a resilience divide. Those with higher incomes can buy their way into higher, safer, better protected ground, while those with fewer resources are left in harm's way. People must be at the center of any meaningful climate action in cities and human settlement. Adaptation plan created in partnership with diverse income group are more likely to result in an inclusive, effective solution that build the resilience of the most vulnerable to the climate shocks. There's inequality in the mitigation cost. Layered on the top of this special inequality is financial one, the cost of mitigation and adaptation. Retrofitting a home to be more fire resilient through ember proofing, clearing buffers, or upgrading material, or to reduce flood damage by elevating structure, improving drainages is expensive. For many low-income households, even the modest adaptation is beyond their means. When the expectation is that individual owner bears the cost of making their home climate resilient, the burden falls hardest on those who already faced highest risk and weakest balance sheet. High-income households in premium location can more easily invest in upgrades, pay higher insurance premium, and absorb temporary price shocks. Low-income households face a stark choice between living with escalating risk, accepting devaluation, or exiting market where safer housing is increasingly unaffordable. The result is deeply regressive pattern. Those with fewer resources carry a disproportionate share of climate risk, and they also receive the smallest share of resilience benefit. If we leave adaptation entirely to individual capacity, we are effectively hardwiring climate injustice into the housing system. Can we go to the next slide, please? The good news is that there are some incentives which do address some of these inequalities, some of these challenges that we face there. These include rebates and grants for energy efficient retrofits and insulation, which reduce emission and energy bill while improving comfort during heat waves. Subsidies or low interest loan for flood proofing and bushfire hardening measures, they help homeowners to spread the cost of adaptation over time. Planning incentives and density bonuses for development that meet high green building standards encourage developers to develop resilient building with good design. Tax incentive and concessional finance for social and affordable housing providers to build higher and affordable housing. Where such programs have been designed with equity in mind, targeting assistance to low and moderate income household, renters, social housing dwellers, they reduce both emission and vulnerability. Where they are not, there is a risk of green and climate resilient becoming premium niche product, further segregating resilient housing from the rest of the market. The research from Australian housing market shows that resilience features like altitude, safe coastal proximity are already commanding premium, even without comprehensive policy support. This suggests that well-designed incentives can accelerate a shift towards safer, lower emission housing, but they must be calibrated so that resilience doesn't become a luxury good. Could you go to the next slide, please? Now let me talk very briefly about the solution space. Where does solution lie? Three important components of solution space. One is urban planning, innovation, and participation. Cities have these tools, such as nationally determined contribution, national urban policy, building code, zoning, to promote sustainable low-carbon development. However, the challenge is the insufficient knowledge, skills, and expertise. Here, institutions like RICSSBE can play a role, which can build capacity within the local planning agencies, which hinder the formulation and execution of effective climate action. Institution barrier undermine the ability of cities to implement timely climate action. Innovation is essential, and however, without proper consideration of existing inequalities or vulnerabilities, innovation can reinforce existing pattern of exclusion and create new ones for disadvantaged. The capability approach that I spoke about further highlights gap in net zero policies and planning, particularly with regard to the data collection, the policy implementation and assessment. There is pressing need for improved measurement of climate-induced deprivation for marginalized people in urban area and its relevance to the policy. What is missing in net zero discourse is the development through participation. Sane posits that participation in public deliberation offers the only way to adequately define desirable developmental goal. He rejects technocratic solution because consensus draws upon valuation and judgment, which cannot be automated by technology. Evans emphasizes embedding participative processes into institutional structure, an apparatus of deliberative democracy defined as joint planning, problem solving, and strategizing involving ordinary citizens. Evans further argues that without deliberative process, public investment would be skewed towards the wealthy and powerful, and public managers would have limited understanding of public preferences. This is particularly important for net zero debate, where marginalized population are caught in the web of social and institutional neglect. So can we go to the next slide, please? There are three questions before policy. The first is, what type of approaches could mitigate capability deprivation? Second is, what type of arrangements could identify and redress capital deprivation? The third question is, how is capability deprivation linked to human rights and to the lived experience of disadvantaged persons? Evans shows that developmental benefits of distribution, participation, and investment in citizen capability, critical consideration for net zero debates where marginalized face compounding vulnerabilities. A right-based model for cities would be necessary in achieving net zero cities. Now, can we go to the next slide, please? So what are the policy directions? Could you change the slide? What are the policy direction for a fair, climate resilient housing system? Let me conclude by saying a few words here. The first is that embed climate risk and equity into land use planning. This means tightening of controls that allow new affordable housing in high risk zones, while actively zoning resilient land for mixed income communities. Second would be to provide targeted distribution sensitive adaptation finance, grants, subsidy, and concessional loans should focus on low value, high risk property and the households who own and occupy them. Retrofitting, fireproofing, floodproofing must be made affordable where they are needed the most. Third is invest in shared protective infrastructure, levees, upgraded drainage, green infrastructure, community fire breaks can reduce risk for entire neighborhood, not just individual properties, and they can help close the resilience gap. Fourth is to mandate clear, granular disclosure of climate risk. Climate risk disclosure should be required in all property transaction and rental agreement. When buyers and tenants can see bushfire, flood, and sea level risk, markets can price these risks transparently and policymakers can better monitor emerging pockets of vulnerabilities. Fifth is to align climate, housing, and social policy. They are not separate, they are intertwined. Climate adaptation strategies that ignore housing will entrench inequality, while housing policy that ignore climate will quickly become obsolete. The housing system can be a powerful engine of decarbonization and resilience, but only if we recognize that climate risk is not evenly shared and design our responses so that those with the least are not asked to shoulder the most. Could you change the slide, please? Finally, I would like to say a few words about what a reimagined net zero city should aim at. Achieving just net zero cities requires reimagining the relationship between the private sector involvement, integrated planning and governance, institutional roles, and community engagement. This is not merely a technical challenge, but a fundamental question of justice and democratic participation. We act on these principles. We can move from housing market that reproduce climate vulnerabilities to the one that actively builds climate safety, where safe, resilient home is not a privilege reserved for a few, but foundation for everyone. This vision aligns with the Paris Agreement commitment to pursue climate action on the basis of equity and in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. The evidence is clear. Climate change is already reshaping housing market in ways that deepen inequality. The pathway forward requires us to center justice, capability, and participation in our approach to net zero cities. Only then can we ensure that the transition to a low carbon future expands rather than constrains the capabilities of all people to lead lives they value and have reasons to value. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. And it has been a great pleasure to be here today.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you for your valuable global perspective on property market and climate risk. Sir, it would have been an honor if you could have physically come. We could have facilitated you, but it was a complete honor listening you. Thank you so much. It is a complete gratitude from ICSBE School of Built Environment for the session. Thank you so much, sir. A huge round of applause, guys, for our keynote. Thank you, sir. With this, I would like to go for a third panel discussion of the day, which says Industry Academia Partnership for Climate-Ready Professionals. I think this is a very versatile topic, including industry, academic, and of course, our young to-be professionals coming. With this, I would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Ms. E. Jayashree Kroop, Director, Real Estate and Cities, Wordmister Editorial Services, LLP. Ma'am is also a research scholar for the session. Ma'am, we welcome you on dais for moderation. Guys, it's after lunch now. I think we are back with energy. Thank you. Moving for the first panelist, Mr. Sachin Pant, sir, Managing Director, CEO, IQT in part of Accenture. Sir has seasoned infrastructure leader with over 27 years of experience across infrastructure, construction, real estate sector. Throughout his career, he has worked closely with both government and private sector organizations, leading large-scale infrastructure and urban development initiatives. We welcome you, sir, for the panel. The second panelist, very close to RICS School of Built Environment, Mr. Amit Oberoi, sir, Head of Enterprises Client, Colliers. Sir brings extensive experience in real estate consulting, valuation, research, and capital market. Sir has a key role in building and leading consulting, research, business intelligence practices, helping organizations develop strategies, real estate solutions across office and industrial sectors, and many more words for him. A huge round of applause for his extensive experience, guys.
Next, I would like to welcome our very own Mr. Ashwini Awasthi, sir, Managing Director, South Asia, RICS. Mr. Awasthi is the Managing Director of South Asia and Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyor and a respected leader in the built environment sector, nearly with 3 decades of experience in business strategy, real estate advisory, and institutional leadership. We have been meeting sir from the morning. I welcome sir in the panel. Next, we have, this time I'm welcoming you, sir, as a panelist. Last time we were together in the panel. So Dr. Devendra Pratap Singh, Professor and Director, Amity School of Architecture and Planning. Sir is the director at the ASAP and is a distinguished architect, academic leader, and sustainability practitioner. With more than 2 decades of experience in architecture, design, education, and research. He has guided numerous doctoral scholars and research initiatives in areas such as green buildings, construction waste management, sustainable urban vegetation, heritage conservation, and city development planning. He has also served on several academic and regulatory committees related to quality assurance and accreditation. I welcome you, sir, on the panel.
Last but not the least, Dr. Ritu Gulati, Professor and Head of Department, APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. Ma'am. Ma'am has nearly 3 decades of academic and professional experience in architecture and sustainable design. Her area of specialization includes energy efficient architecture, sustainable built environment, traditional and vernacular architectural practices. She has published extensively in national and international journals and has presented her research papers at global conferences. It's our immense pleasure to welcome all our esteemed panelists for this panel discussion. Now over to our moderator for the session. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. We've just heard a very interesting keynote address. So let's talk about, and in the previous panel, some of what we are discussing was already alluded to. So let's talk about the topic that we have. We're talking about industry academia partnerships for climate-ready built environment professionals. What we talk about today is not only for climate-ready professionals, but real estate professionals across the board, in fact. And when we talk about why do we need industry collaborations? We need because we're talking about net zero targets, climate resilience, ESG integration, sustainable construction, infrastructure transformation. These are all subjects that you are taught in your classrooms. But when it goes into the workplace, what you were taught in the classrooms, how do you translate that into what the industry is looking for? And that's what we are here to discuss. How do you make that transition? So what when you graduate, how do you become industry-ready professionals? So let me start with Sachin. Sachin, you, when youngsters join your workforce, how industry ready are they? And what are the gaps that you see?
Jayashri, in fact, we had a very open, candid discussion among all of us yesterday, and we were talking a couple of aspects very candidly. And I had asked the specific question: who is the audience today? And I'm happy to know that the audience is the students, which is and at the right purpose of even discussing this topic, it should actually go to the students only. And see, we can give a lot of prophecies and gans on this topic, a lot of theoretical stuff, but the best way to have a very interactive session and to and a real meaningful contribution from our experiences will be when we take all of you to our years when we passed out. Means majority of us are 95, 96, 97 batch pass out people, early mid 90s kind of stage. So we had colleges in the country, we had academic programs, faculty. So we have gone through that stage. And when I see myself, and that's the best example to correlate. When I had passed out in 96, my engineering, I think I was surely a good student. I'm not trying to be very much appreciative about myself. Good student with good academic record. But when I went for the first interview and further for the first job, I think I was a blank guy. So a student who is academically good from schooling or college perspective and done a professional course, find himself blank, and that too 30 years back. I'm talking about the era which is 30 years back. There is something very serious then. And so what exactly is that gap? I think the greatest gap is whether it is a 3-year course or a 2-year master course or a 4-year course. We tend to be too theoretical to academic, even in our approach, in terms of studying to score, studying to have high grades, and we don't give much importance to the practical aspects of our knowledge base. 30 years back, opportunities were very less. In fact, now it's today world is very, very different. But even that point of time, few of my batchmate classmates were different from me. They may not have scored as high as me, but their approach was different. Their knowledge base was different. So, and that importance was importance to the practical aspect of what exactly we are trying, what we were studying. Suppose I did my civil engineering. I scored very high on design of steel structures or design of concrete structures. But I never, or probably subjects matters like CPM part. I never really appreciated and never went into the depth or the practical aspects of the design of the project management. And that was my greatest lacuna. So I would say the very important aspect of any learning, whenever you're in a college, is please give importance to the practical aspect of exactly that's what you are studying in college through your subjects, through your teachers, academic framework. That is important. Surely that is important from a conceptual point of view. But the practical aspect is very, very important. And specifically, if you are looking for a corporate career or a job related career, if you are not trying to be another academician or a research holder, then these are different aspects. But typically in a class, 70-80% of the students would be contemplating a job or a corporate career, not really masters or PhD or academic careers or research careers. So if you are looking forward for that career, then you have to have a very strong orientation toward the practical aspect of what exactly you're studying. And there are various ways and means of doing it. We will probably discuss it more. But if I have to even first, in fact, if you see, there are three important stakeholders. One is academic institutions and the faculty. Another is the industry, where you finally get on. And third is the students. I think the very important part, even if you have to start this discussion, I would say is very important on part of academic institutions and faculties to really make the course curriculum and the teaching methodology and the teachers more aligned to industry requirements. I personally feel, but I have a very limited knowledge. I am not a teacher. I am not really updated with the curriculum of various courses which runs in the country. I think still there is a gap. I strongly feel, I did my civil engineering in 96. I still feel there is no great change in civil engineering curriculum in the country in general. I'm not being specific to an institute. What I studied 30 years back and what students study even today as BTech civil engineer. So there is there's still a gap. And that gets to be filled up, and probably the institution as stakeholder here have to work on it. And another aspect is the mechanism of studying or delivering it. It has to be a good combination of teachers, academic pure teachers, and the industry professional. And it has to be a very high percentage of people from the industry. And see, an industry guy cannot take a complete course of 3 months, 6 months. It is not possible. But you can break the course into various sub-modules. Give that sub-module of 2 days, 3 days a week to an industry guy. Make him come to your college, make him deliver the lectures. It will be a very different perspective. I have an example. I have a very personal example of taking few classes in SPA, in project finance and project formulation. So I had taken few classes in SPA a couple of years back. See, I have a background of PPP and project finance. And the way I dealt that subject, and that's a feedback from students only, they had a very different perspective of what exactly is project finance or what exactly is project appraisal or project formulation, which would be probably very different from a teacher delivering it. That's my experience.
Amit, let me come to you. Sachin has laid the ground for what the gaps are. When you say that what is taught in classrooms is more theory oriented and less practical applications, how does that transition happen? And do you see this gap? And if you would like to add to that.
Sorry, I've got a really bad throat. First and foremost, I do want to tell Sachin that I got my first job because I knew AutoCAD. I went to an architect's office. They had 3 computers. They didn't know what to do with it. And I'm talking about 30 years back. Today, unfortunately, that can't be the deciding factor for you to get a job. Everyone knows AutoCAD. So at that time, AutoCAD was my advantage. It was not the only thing I knew, but it was one of the things that I knew. Coming back to what worked for me over the last 30 years is the desire to learn, right? So when we were being taught, AutoCAD was an elective that you got. So you took that as an elective, which became my calling card, and I got my job, right? When I went to college, I went to do a master's in planning, by the way. I spent more time in the business school learning financial models. I spent more time in the economics class learning microeconomics, macroeconomics, understanding what that works. I spent more time in the real estate school than I spent in the planning school, right? That was the opportunity that you got. So learn as much as you can. When I went to work, what worked for me is I volunteered to do everything, even though it was out of my comfort zone. Today, in the age and day of artificial intelligence, you don't need to learn how to make a financial model, for example. But if you don't know the concepts, it will never work for you. How do you relate the financial model to real life is a skill set. And that needs to be bridged. So where we are today is a financial model can be taught to you in school. What you won't learn is how do you apply in real life? How important are cash flows on a day-to-day? So what you understand, for example, is this is the IRR of a project, this is the NPV of a project. But what you don't understand is, am I making cash year on year? Can I pay everyone if I went into development tomorrow, right? So that's the skill set that you learn. No one assumes you to be ready for industry when you graduate. I don't think anyone who hires you with the intent that you will become a producer on day one. What we do expect you is to be able to learn, understand, grasp, be malleable, understand what is there, and in 6 months, 7 months, year down the line, become relevant to the industry, to the organization that you work with. And that comes from your ability to learn. That is the skill that you will have to have. If I were to change, and it's very easy to sit here and say that let's change our academic the way it is, my suggestion or my recommendation is understand all the concepts, get as much practical experience as you can. If you get opportunity to do, for example, internship, please do that. If you have opportunity to work on live cases, please do that. So that's the best way of learning. I hope that was relevant and useful.
Ashwini, we are talking about how students can be exposed to the real environment. What are the models that you think the institution can provide so that the students have more orientation towards the industry in maybe in industry partnerships, maybe joint studies, maybe short-term internships, long-term internships, multiple case studies and so on. Just give me your perspective.
Sure. So, couple of things I first would like to share. Firstly, when we talk about the curriculum, right? So when we are talking about a professional program, so we need to understand that the curriculum has to be aligned and oriented towards the industry, because these are not very generic programs. These programs are specialized program that you are undertaking to go into the industry to perform a certain kind of a role, right? So that needs to be aligned with the industry needs. Otherwise, there's no purpose of running those programs. So that whole academic knowledge and that theory and its implementation and the practical side, that has to be there. Now, in order to coming back to your question, what we should do is there are a number of things that we can do. Firstly, when we are developing a curriculum, and a number of institutions, good institutions are following this practice, wherein they have kind of integrated industry professionals, senior industry professionals, subject matter experts into their curriculum development. So they have their board of studies, or they have their kind of set of bodies which are helping in development of curriculum, so that that practice part is coming into it. So that is integrated into the curriculum, firstly. Second, I would say, again, coming back on to, we are talking about the professional programs here. There's certain aspects in the curriculum which I believe can be taught by the industry, right? Wherein you can get the industry to come and cover those modules or those parts, and let the student know how it happens in the real world as well. So while they would have learned the theory part of it as well, but how it is actually practiced in the real world is something that can be brought in. Again, with the partnership with the industry, you can bring in industry professionals with specific case studies. So case-based learning can help them learn the things faster. And as Amit mentioned, that we can't get them absolute industry ready. I agree with him, but we can get them to a point where they can quickly hit the ground running, right? They have that understanding, because a lot of time when we meet some of the HR professionals of different organizations, they say that they hire people because we don't see too much of a structured education around real estate or construction happening. So people are not aware about basic things like what is an FSI or so and so. Those kind of terms even basically is a big challenge for them. So that orientation is must. So industry partnership in kind of developing the curriculum, industry partnership in delivery of some aspects of the curriculum in the classroom, industry partnership in exposing them to some of the complexities of projects in the real life, wherein they can go onto the sites and see that, right? And industry partnership in mentoring and guiding them with some of the research work that they do during their master's program. So whatever research work they are doing, so that kind of a mentorship is important. And just when we talk about mentorship, I would say another important aspect here is that while mentorship of students is important by the industry, but similarly, there's some bit of a mentorship for the faculty. The industry should support in mentoring the faculty to bring in that practical aspect and keep the faculty updated, and institutions from their side should come forward and basically help the faculty to take on some such assignment. So These are some of the things which I think can help make the curriculum and the whole learning very fit for purpose.
Okay. Dr. DP Singh, you're on the other side of the table. You are the faculty, right? We were talking about the challenges of the curriculum, the practical aspects of it, what can go right, what can go wrong in the when they go into the work environment. How do you, what are the challenges that you as faculty face when it comes to, one, there is a pressure of the curriculum, finishing the curriculum, making sure, and then how do you align it with the industry, and what are the efforts that you make so that your students are more aligned to real life cases?
Thank you, Jayashri. And I think it's a worthy decision at the time when we are moving to our next academic cycle 26 in few months. What I have a little different opinion from my fellow panelists, but different would be like too wrong or too would not be the right word, but still I would like to align. When we admit a student, for example, in a BH program, our idea is that student should be prepared for next 30 to 40 years. The idea of the industry is that when the student is taken, they should be immediately productive. So when the student joins the industry, possibly their skill sets are low, but as one of the panelists has mentioned, that their fundamentals and concepts have to be very strong. I give you an example that most of us who have gone through architecture or civil education, if you remember that wooden window, details of that wooden window learned through that book of W.B. Mackay. Now, it's not important that I'm trying to understand that how the wooden window is made. The important is that why Mackay has used this particular kind of detail to make that window. So that think process is actually relevant and meaningful in the education system. Now, I give you example, and most of us will agree to it. If you would have been attending one of the conferences 30 years back, maybe in Indian Institute of Architects or somewhere else, the topic was same, that curriculum is not aligned with the industry. So I have been following this for last 30 years, that if every year the university or every 3 or 4 years, the curriculum is changed by the industry, why this question still remains after like 5, 6, 7 cycles of curriculum change? Why still remains? Is it that the board of studies of the school is not involving the industry professionals? It is involving. RICS is one of the examples of it, that they are involving it. And can they claim that, yes, they are professionals or students, they are industry ready? Probably not. They will not. So the fundamental problem lies somewhere else. It's not about, so even the universities have like adapted in a way that in the 4 years of curriculum, almost 1 year now they are going for practical exposure, as like moving from 6 months model to 2 semesters model, they go for internship. Still, it is not working. Students coming back from the internship, we find them, I have all the data from at least the BR students, not only of our school, but many schools as well, that when they come back from the industry, I do not see them nor the industry ready or nor the academic ready. At both points, they are failing, even after going through these 6 months of education. So the fundamental problem I feel is that industry is not ready to invest themselves into education or the university. So if the industry wants that they should be coming to the university, they should be having a policy in their own companies that how is it that they are going to contribute to the workforce of their domain. So if they are requesting for a 5-star stay and air tickets, so I think it is not genuine on their part to be expecting from the university in some or the other way. Please don't mind, I am not talking that it's a generic thing, that it is applicable to all the professionals. Sachin is contributing in a way that he's going as a visiting faculty to SP and contributing in a different way. So it's not a generalized statement, but I could not find any policy in the industry where they are talking of that, yes, this is something as a resource we are contributing to the university, which is missing. One thing. Second, when I have sent a student for internship, why is it that they are not coming back to the school for completing their thesis or project work as trained one? The reason is the industry is not contributed in the training as they should do. So for them, the student whom they are hiring as interns, they are giving them drafting jobs. They are giving them jobs like documentation, model making, but they are never trained. They are not part of the boardrooms where financial decisions are taken, where risk management about the projects, how they are dealt with. So I think that it's more about tacit to explicit aspect of the things which industry has to understand, that this is a workforce which is being trained by the university for them, and how they can contribute to it. It really needs a brainstorming. It's not the curriculum at all. For curriculum, we have changed many times, devised many strategies at times. Probably if it after 30 years, it's not working, the root cause is something else. Thank you.
Ritu ma'am, let's pick up from where Dr. D.P. Singh left off. Clearly, the industry wants partnerships. Clearly, the faculties and the institutions also want the students to be exposed to the industry. Where are these gaps, and how can these be filled?
A very good afternoon to everybody. Am I audible enough?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, so thank you to MET and RICS for inviting me for this very pertinent discussion. I think it's been the need of the day. For a long period of time, we've been discussing this term of being industry ready. Now, I feel that this term actually, this nomenclature is a problem. Why should a student be industry ready? That's a bit of there is a catch here. When a student joins college, do we call him college ready? Or do we call him school ready? So he or she cannot be absolutely ready. He's ready to join the profession, but can he start delivering immediately is a bit of a concern that we face. In the last 35 years that I've been associated with academic industry, practice, and all over, I've realized that we are in alignment with the latest new education policy, which talks about multidisciplinary subjects, which talks about multidisciplinary exposure to the students. And they are being exposed to, I think, finance, in accounting, mental health, yoga. I mean, we never even thought about it when we were studying. They know a lot more. They're supposed to know a lot more than I think 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 30 years ago. That exposure is tremendous now. The gap between theory and practice has also been limited because now the faculty that we have are definitely more skilled, more exposed, and more practice oriented. Then interdisciplinary collaboration is also happening. I mean, I'm of course talking about my institute and the way we work here and the way I see things. So a lot of things are already happening of what we've discussed with. So maybe, expecting something to be ready-made, to be consumed, is something which is a bit of a folly on the industry part also. We cannot serve ready-made cake for you to start eating. I mean, it's very, very difficult For a student who comes to us, expect a 12th class student coming into a professional course, it takes 2 or 3 years for him to understand what he's really doing. And if by 3rd year or 4th year he starts getting a grasp of what he really wants to do, it is magical. Especially if I may say with this Gen Z, who's slightly even more confused because of the number of opportunities they have. So by 4th year or final year or 5 years, if they're able to figure out what they want to do, and to be expecting them to be ready to do something, I mean, absolutely ready and start delivering, is a bit too much, I think, So that gap also, that walk also has to be done from the industry side to be able to nurture, The job is not just academia alone. This is something, because I've been in these discussions for the last 10, 15 years, where professionals keep on cribbing as to what talent comes and they're not really worth it. I mean, if I may say so, and I'm really apologetic about saying so, but maybe in academia, they do have role models to follow, but is industry giving them those role models? So they are confused for the initial 1 or 2 years, as to what exactly to do. They are at sea, so that's a bit of a challenge. And I would really like to bring this to the students, because this gap will never really cede. We are trying to clear their concepts. We are trying to develop a baseline and also expose them to a lot of technology, a lot of practice, a lot of other skills. But what they imbibe and what they carry forward is the most important thing. You might be exposed to 20 things, and maybe our generation worked slightly better was because we didn't know too much about other things. We just kept on, we kept the drive running. This is the only way to go. We were not confused. We were not overexposed. We were not, flabbergasted. We didn't say we want a 2-year break and think about what we want to do with our life. I mean, we didn't have that option. So, I mean, and considering this generation, we will have to understand that this hand-holding has to go from the academia and from the industry. And in IITs, if I may say so, a lot of industry have set up their multi-crore labs, multi-crore industries, where they're actually running these labs for the faculty and the students. I mean, so they are helping making the students industry ready. But if we sit on the other side and we ask somebody to just be ready, it's difficult. And here I do not exonerate the role of faculty or the academia. They should definitely evolve. They should definitely develop. They should definitely keep working. But to expect the school or the college to be doing everything is a bit too much, is a bit too much. And students do have a lot on their plate. I mean, they are students who are actively coming and talking about mental health. They're talking about being overburdened. They're talking about being disturbed, which is, I think, a healthy sign, but sometimes precarious. So what needs to be done is to be a bit, I think, a softer touch with both the sides. Are we expecting a bit too much is also something that I would like to ask. We should look at our own children as to how much they are ready to be doing anything. Are they really ready? I really don't know. We have to train them, we have to involve them, and yes, they on their hand should be ready to learn, ready to upgrade, ready to skill, ready to take challenges, ready to imbibe. So I think it has to be from all sides. One side, one direction is a bit, I think, is a bit too ambitious to ask.
Right. So thank you so much. And Sachin, let me come back to you. Pick up from what Dr. DP Singh said and what Ritu ma'am said. We're talking about a generation which is exposed to extremely rapid change, way more than any other generation has have had. What you're learning in classrooms today could well be obsolete but in another 10 years, which means that there is a pressure on you to continuously upgrade yourself, keep yourselves well informed, and so on. So how does the industry work with the institutions on this, both in terms of the faculty as well as the students? Because the challenge is on both sides. You want something that has changed in the last 5 years, but they are teaching something that is the baseline. So how do you integrate the two?
So I think the way the flow of the discussion has shaped up, correct me if that is not the correct understanding. I thought we started with people from the industry and finally went to the people who have been part of the academia. No, I think the whole point of this discussion is not blaming. Number one, it is not at all. In fact, I said in the very beginning, there are three stakeholders: college, institution, academia, the industry, and the students. Everybody has to play a role. Nobody is expecting institutes and academia to provide a ready-made cake to the industry. We all know that it never happens. We are all having perspective sharing and trying to see that what all we can contribute as stakeholders to really make our young generation employable, productive. We have been learning. I remember a planning terminology, workforce participation rate. That is obsolete now because that's a term which doesn't have much of a reference. You know, the problem is it is a question of now it is a time to unlearn and relearn. This is today's time. It is not a time of so the things have gone to a very different dynamics. If I have to really put my perspective in siloed manner, there is a role which institutes and academia has to play in terms of surely see, we can always debate about NEPs. We can debate about what is the constant of board of studies. I don't know. I'm not part of all that. I still feel in the context of our country as such here, we are not very aligned. That is my personal perspective. Last 3, 4, 5 years, in fact, just to share an example, last 3, 4, 5 years, I have been interacting many of the kids, typical Gen Zs, 18 to 22-year-old, people who have been from school to college and bachelor's to master's, who have consulted me, daughters, sons of many friends, not because I am an expert, but generally. And I had a good exposure of actually trying to understand many universities worldwide, though I'm not a teacher. I have just got some exposure to study a couple of universities in UK, few of the programs, not all programs, Australia, even within India, Hong Kong, Singapore. Somehow I felt, and my son is also in first year, so I also tried to learn what is the teaching methodology. And he's in Plaksha University, Mohali. I'm not being appreciated. It's a good college. He's happy, so we are also happy. What I have found out is, and correct me, and actually please correct me, and I would probably, that would come from all the teachers. The basic difference between how a Indian studies and how a non-Indian studies is, when I go to college or when I go to class, the teacher make me study part of the chapter. But there outside the country, what I have found, and in few of the colleges in India as well, I don't want to name them, they want teacher to study and discuss the topic. So that is the basic difference of approach. I don't know how it is diligently followed in this country in majority of it. Probably there will be many institutes. We have to come out of this psyche that I will make you study this subject. You study, we'll discuss. Till school, you can still follow that, but in college, it should not be followed, at least in few of the subjects. So that has to be different. That there has to be a change of approach. This is how you'll make them learn by themselves and then come back to class and discuss the topic. The teacher will not make you study a subject or a chapter. No, that is not at least not in a college level or a professional level. Number one. Number two, again, from a stakeholder perspective, institutes and institutions and academia, probably a little more intense involvement of professionals as part of the teaching faculty. Means probably you people are best to subdivide a subject into various modules and involve them. And you yourself have wide networks. Man, if you have strengths to call so many professionals, I'm sure you have strengths to call people to make your students study as well. I'm sure you can do it. So that is from a perspective of the academia and the institute. Number two stakeholder is industry, we people. We surely need to come forward more. For example, there is a policy framework in the country that all public listed companies or are supposed to put 2% of their profit into CSR. We all know that. Now, investing on fresh graduates, training fresh graduates through apprenticeship or through internship of 1 year or 6 months, let it be part of the CSR spending. That can very well be done. As Madam, you rightly said that there are many incubation centers which have been opened and invested by many of the corporates. Means I see banks, IT companies who have been running incubation in IITs and many premier institutes. That is also part of the CSR. So probably industry needs to come up more in that aspect. Third stakeholder is the student, which is the real beneficiary. They need to really imbibe this habit of actually learning more from the practical aspects. In fact, there were a couple of suggestions. I don't know how many of them. Typically, I'm referring to the class which is 18 to 22 or 24-year-old. Do they really believe on networking? Do they really believe on building networks with outside their college? I somehow feel, and I could be wrong, but my perception of typical Gen Z is they don't even talk to people over phone. They are messaging people, right? So WeChats and whatever, WhatsApp, and it's not even WhatsApp, it is other platforms. So they don't even talk to people, right? They don't even talk to us as parents. Right? They don't even talk to their friends. So if a class doesn't even talk, how do they even learn? I have few of my batchmates here. My learning is not from books. My learning is from other people, even today. So learning has to be from outside. It's actually very strong learning. So they need to really build. And in fact, one of our co-panelists, Amit, only said learning, the zeal of learning is very, very, very important. I don't know about engineering profession. People don't say that. But if a lawyer or a student of a medicine doesn't study throughout his life, he's a dud. He's a dead doctor, he's a dead lawyer, the way we say. I think that's true for all professionals, and we don't realize it. An engineer also needs to get updated, or a management graduate also needs to get updated. So somehow that zeal of learning is very important. And engagement with external association bodies. See, typical breed of 18 to 24-year-old is happy taking subscription of Amazon's or Netflix. Do it, gyms. Also take subscriptions or be member of many professional organizations where you can have live learnings. Where you can have live learnings or being part of seminars. You have a wide network of institutions and professionals to whom we can interact. In fact, yesterday we were discussing, I'm part of a consulting national body of India called Consulting Engineers Association of India. Now, that is a national body of all consulting engineering companies in the country. I'm part of the governing council. We have a really very hard, we have been trying to market CI, not market really, have student member. We have a category called student membership, which costs around 500 or 800 a year. It's a hard time for us to convince students to be member of CI. And a CI platform is the greatest platform, at least for the students who are looking for a consulting, engineering consulting career ahead. So there has to be a there has to be a change of perspective, change of attitude, even in this breed of 18 to 24. See, I know we are different, they are different, but they need to, in fact, the first question which she asked me, that when we recruit fresh graduates, what is our experience? If you ask me my experience, I don't want to be demeaningful or negative. My experience with fresh graduates is they think giving me output on ChatGPT is a great work they have done. Actually, this is what they think. They're very smart people, and they can create wonders with ChatGPT, and they're absolutely going wrong. That is not the approach. ChatGPT or cloud is just a tool. We are looking for a conception knowledge base in them, which is not coming out. So don't do smart working from day one. In fact, there has to be a change of attitude in the youngsters. There could be multiple criteria of choosing a job. Are you choosing a multinational job, a job with a multinational company, or which is paying you very high salary, or overseas, or any profile or a designation? But I doubt whether the youngsters give importance to organizations' role which give them real learning. Because spending 2 to 3 years, 5 years in an organization which gives you real learning and exposure can take your career to a very different level. That realization doesn't exist. So there needs to be mentored.
So that we are running out of time. But I think this time I'm not going to do industry and then the academia. I'm going to come back to you, Dr. D.P. Singh. There are some important points that Sachin made. Today, you live in a networked world. But your networking is not only verbal. There's a lot of messaging, texting, non-verbal communication. When you come to the workplace, there is a different requirement, and that is a generational thing. How do you address that? The second thing I wanted to say was, he talked about how you become part of professional organizations. In many cases, that really suits your generation, because there are people from the industry, experienced people, who are talking about things. How do you as students take the gist of what they're saying and also participate in the conversations, leave a comment, add a comment, something like that, so that you are part of that networked world where you are going to enter? So, Dr. Devi.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And actually, it's like hitting the nail. And I would again like to take few of the quotes from our co-panelists as well. As Mr. Oberoi has said earlier, that he wanted to learn actually. Now, if you remember the time when he was wanting to learn, at that time, learning starts from if something is observed. And from that observation, the curiosity is invoked. And here starts the process of learning. So these are the two stages before we start learning anything. In today's time, the basic issue with the students 30 years down the line is that observation has that basic observation. If I say as an example to help you understand what I am calling as basic observation, it's like, yes. Example like understanding of the basic sciences and the applied sciences. So the students, because of lots of distractions, are missing on the basic observations, and they are looking at the applied observations where the fundamentals they are missing on. So when if we say this in context of climate resilient, because this panel is about that climate resilience, is still what they see on net, Facebook, YouTube. It's a outcome of a multidisciplinary aspect. And what we teach them in university is through the departments. Department of Civil Engineering, Department of Construction Management, Department of Architecture, Department of Planning, and blah, blah, blah. But the challenges to mitigate, and for the purpose of this learning and becoming a climate resilient professional, the challenges lies in these multidisciplinary learning. And that is missing at times in the universities, where I can talk of, Ashish is one of the witness to it, that we are trying that how we can bring in these labs, which are multidisciplinary labs, where students of all the programs are working together and studying together.
I would actually exhort the students to understand that these are a few challenges, these are a few solutions to the challenges your generation is going to face. A multiplicity of jobs, different roles, and many challenges that are there in the practical world. Amit, very briefly, what are the skills that you think would make the education is there, the concepts are there. What are the skills that you think are in short supply?
So first and foremost, can I just add one bit? I don't think anyone ever said that people who come have to be industry ready. So let's get that out of the way. Second is, you can't stop learning. in this day and age where there is AI and so much others, there is more need for one to be an expert, more need. Our experiences and our expertise are more important today than they were much earlier. So if you go into a chat GPT, you give a prompt, you get 10 things. 7 would be things that anyone would know. 2 would be fake. And 1 would be something which gives you that aha. If you don't have the expertise, if you're not a constant lifelong learner, you will not get that aha. To be able to then take that aha, it's a tool. How best can you multiply that tool? Can you make it to the power rather than a multiplication, right? Exponential. So that is where it is. Be a lifelong learner. Things are changing very fast. It already has in the last 30 years. What I knew skill sets then, every 5 years, I'm picking up a new skill. You'll have to do much faster than that.
Just a 1 minute intervention. What do you think are the skills gaps or the skills enhancements that are required? And then I'll go to Ritu.
See, firstly, I would say just to before coming on to the skill is this gap between industry and the academic curriculum will always remain because the pace at which industry moves, the curriculum cannot keep up pace with that. So again, I'll go back to the same thing, what Amit mentioned, that kind of thing of always that ability to learn new things and always wanting to learn new things. That's very critical because there, whether it is technology, whether it is whatever other disruptions that are coming in, until unless you don't continue to upgrade yourself, right? You will not be relevant after some time.
Right.
So that is very critical, and that is what a student needs to learn from the education institution. That when I think so, Dr. D.P. Singh mentioned that we prepare students for like whatever 30 years, 40 years, and all that. So that is where it is. The student need to continue to understand that this is what is important. I need to get onto it, right? So as to stay relevant in the profession.
Yeah. Ritu ma'am, just 1 minute. We are completely out of time. But how do you, as faculty, bring these students? Yeah, please go on.
My message is more to the students and maybe to the society. The students are extremely bright, but we are a society obsessed with degrees and not knowledge so much. Maybe foreign universities, students are paying for their own education. They are slightly more serious. The students need to understand that they are the ones who are, so this degree only will not get you a job. You need to have a skill set. You have to change your attitude to be employable and be adaptive, flexible, keen, and driven. I think if you can follow these 4 principles, you will be good. And I don't think there will be any problem in employment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really thank all my panelists. We did overshoot, and I'm sorry to the organizers for that.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. Another takeaway from panel 3 is that we, as a teacher, face a lot of problem connecting knowledge with application. So certain of my things got clarified today, what exactly we need to go for the application and what can remain in my theory. So thank you so much. It was quite insightful for us too. Now I would like to request Dr. Shiv Prasad, sir, to facilitate our moderator and panelist for the session. Please, sir. This is a very small gratitude from our school, ma'am. I mean, it's amazing experience listening to all of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So we have 1 minute, sir. We need you on the
Just
stage.
on
We
stage,
have
sir.
one more felicitation which we missed in the morning. That is our alumni sponsor, Collab Tools.
It's a huge, huge thing for our school. We have an alumni sponsor.
You can. A huge round of applause for our alumni sponsor.
He's our alumni and also a sponsor for the event, Collab Tools.
Ashwini sir,
Yes,
please
sir.
join in. Ashwini sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all our panelists for this beautiful session. Thank you so much. To all. Yes, but before we end on this, sir, a combined picture, please. Ashish sir. Ashish sir, photograph. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu Gulati ma'am, for joining us. We could not felicitate you here, but we are definitely very thankful to you for joining us. So with this, we come
for the last thing, please. The last thing which we all await for before we end on this is our national anthem. I'll request all the people in the room, all our dignitaries, to just stand for our national anthem. And after that, we'll conclude for the day one.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your kind presence. Thank you so much. All the students and the paper presenters are requested to move to the F2 block for their paper presentation. All the paper presenters are requested to move to the F2 block The paper presentation session has already started. So it's a beautiful picture. Too good of a smiley together.
IT team can disconnect the Zoom link now. Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience and time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.